just freeze the time, just leave the past behind. Fly and try, thought I'd fall, catch me. Leather, rhythm, black or white, I'm felt the truth, I spread my wings. With my hand, there's no escaping this reality. Step by step, remove the veil, seek me for who I really am. It takes two to tango, one is not enough. Tripped over ego in this fragile life. Real close, I'll lead this dance until eternity. Sway your back and forth again like a pendulum, it never stops. It takes two to tango, one is not enough. But keep on spinning, clock keeps ticking. On and on. Once more. Fall to the ground, where you now catch me. Leather, rhythm, black or white, I'm felt the truth, I spread my wings. With my hand, there's no escaping this reality. Step by step, remove the veil, seek me for who I really am. It takes two to tango, one is not enough. Tripped over ego in this fragile life. Real close, I'll lead this dance until eternity. Sway your back and forth again like a pendulum, it never stops. It takes two to tango, one is not enough. But keep on spinning, clock keeps ticking. On and on. With my hand, no turning back, it's now or never again. Step by step, take to the sky the burden that I have to bear. Let's let our fate decide how to end this dance. Would it be a blessing? Would it be a curse? Will you close? I won't let go. Trust me till the end. An angel or a demon, that's the game you will decide. I'm more than a shadow, less than divine. It will keep spinning, clock keeps ticking. On and on. You and I, never ending. Two in one, meeting inside, comes down to stop time.
I'm gonna start sort of early. I have no idea if the starting soon was playing the whole time because my OBS was like, yeah, you're live, but the YouTube isn't detecting anything from the OBS. So anyway, we'll just get started because I'm here. There's no point in waiting. Today we're drinking iced coffee. It's way too big. I thought last time that I got an iced coffee it was too small because I ordered a medium, and the thing about McDonald's is that they put medium coffee in the small container for sodas for some reason. And then I was like, okay, I want a medium container this time. So I ordered the large because I was like, well, naturally they're just downsizing the containers. So if I order a large, I'll get a medium container. But no, I ordered a large container and they put it in a large... Sorry, I ordered a large drink and they put it in the large container for sodas. So apparently I guess they just don't serve mediums for iced coffee. Anyway. I have to set stuff up a little bit. Okay, let me move this to this monitor. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna move my OBS to the second monitor. And then I keep my research on the first one. Oh no, don't scroll. And then I set Google to this. Yes, beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna remove chat so that I can zoom in on this a little bit. Okay, this is good. Critique of judgment, I'll have to adjust that later. I think we're gonna start with critique of judgment though. Yeah, you can think of this as like a Sunday theory segment, except I have no clue what's going on, and I'm trying to struggle through it. We'll struggle through it together. There we go. Yes. Perfect. Okay. That's exactly what I want. Let me pause the music so we can get focus up. And let's get started. Also, how rude of me. I didn't ask. How is everybody? Welcome, welcome. Good to see people. Okay. My second monitor is smaller than my first one, so everything is like awkward right now, but it's okay. Alright, so the reason that I'm starting... Third moment. This is the wrong page. I should be at the first moment. Yes, there we go. I read a little bit ahead, but we're gonna pretend that it's blank. Okay. First moment of the judgment of taste according to quality. Basically, I'm trying to answer the question that if an artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? And this is interesting to me because people often argue that AI art is like soulless, and I'm wondering if that's inherently because the creator doesn't have a soul, or whether it's something in the art that is like that makes it soulless. Because to say something is soulless, you kind of imply that you believe that souls exist. But I mean, I personally don't believe in souls, so I'm trying to, and I feel like most people these days don't. I don't know, actually. Most of the world is Christian, but I feel like we're living in kind of an atheist age. To be intellectual, you have to be an atheist. Hello, hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Farazb. We're reading the Critique of Judgment from Kant. This is the beginning, the Judgment of Taste, or Judgment of the Aesthetic. And this is going to talk about how there's like these different aspects of art that are like objective and subjective. What I've understood so far is that there's things that are from experience, therefore they're objective. Like you can say there's broccoli on the table, But then there's an aesthetic judgment, which means which refers to whether something pleases you or displeases you. And that's when you get a judgment like the broccoli is good. Um, and this kind of is like the foundation for later discourses that are gonna talk about separating art from the artist. After we read, I don't know what the symbol is called, this little like squiggly thing. After we read 1 through 5, and we're gonna struggle because this is my first time reading Kant ever. But as you can see, I've kind of thought about it. I've kind of done some of the work already. I can explain it a little bit. I've also consulting the SCP has helped a little bit. Like, they talk about Kant stuff here, and they simplify it for me. Then we're gonna get into Roland Barthes' Death of the Author. Normally I would have August here helping me with this, but he's busy today. So I will grind through the Death of the Author on my own. And it shouldn't be as difficult as Kant. There's no way. So yeah. Here we are. If any of you guys catch me making mistakes, please feel free to correct me, or if you disagree. Also, I put the Discord link in the description, so if you're interested in the AI art conversation or in like the things that I'm reading today and you feel like talking about it or like explaining something, then feel free to join the Discord and call in. Just let me know that you're doing that because I'm not in voice chat at the moment. Okay, I have 4 DMs. Let's hope that I'm not fucking up incredibly here. Am live right now. I cannot. Okay, is Sunday also streaming? Sunday's also streaming! That traitor. But he is only in 30 minutes, so. Anyway. That's at least like an hour, until he actually gets into content. So stick with me for an hour at least. Okay, let's get started. First moment of the judgment of taste according to quality. The judgment of taste is aesthetical. In order to decide whether anything is beautiful or not. Oh, see you, Godspeed, Kemu. In order to decide whether anything is beautiful or not, we refer the representation not by the understanding to the object for cognition. Understanding to the object for cognition, I'm assuming means like the mental representation that's only relevant to like experience, like objectively what the thing is. Whereas the imagination to the subject, I have no idea what that means. That's why I highlighted it in blue. Blue for me means questions. It's stuff that I have to ask the professor about. Except I don't have a professor. I asked Imran to help me. I don't know that he's read the Judgment of Taste, or sorry, the Critique of Judgment, which is why he had to look at it himself. But we'll see. Okay. Not by the understanding to the object for cognition, but by the imagination, perhaps in conjunction with the understanding to the subject, and its feeling of pleasure or pain. Now, this part is critical. Pleasure, pain is what, like, is the basis of the aesthetic judgment. Okay. The judgment of taste is therefore not a judgment of cognition, and is consequently not logical, but aesthetical. So we're setting up a dichotomy here. Taste is to the aesthetical, whereas cognition is to the logical. That's important because it's going to clarify how he uses these terms in the future. like the way that he uses cognition and cognitive is different from the way that I would use it because I am a neuroscientist. Okay. Related to your art needs a soul to be made, and you don't believe in souls. There's Freud's theory of the sublime. He argues that baseline human drives, namely libido and erotic energy, are redirected into cultural, artistic, and social outputs. I'm sympathetic to this, I think. Yeah, I think I am. There's like these jokes that, for example, your world building is your power fantasy plus your kinks. And those are very like base libidinal things. Um, and yet they often do make it into people's creative works. But sublime also means it refers to something higher than libido, and then like it's higher even than like the rational person, which is interesting. It's like the elevation of the libidinal into something higher than rational, into something that like transcends subjectivity, perhaps. It's interesting, yeah, and I'm sympathetic to it, to the idea that this exists. Okay. Where were we? The judgment of taste is therefore not a judgment of cognition, and is consequently not logical but aesthetical, by which we understand that whose determining ground can be no other than subjective. Okay, so the aesthetical, the judgment of taste, is subjective. Every reference of representations, even that of sensations, may be objective. Reference of representations. I don't really know what that means. I'm going to just assume that this says every representation may be objective. And then it signifies the real in an empirical representation. Yes, empirical means through experience, through like sensory experience. Save only the reference to the feeling of pleasure and pain, by which nothing in the object is signified. That's interesting, but through which there is a feeling in the subject, as it is affected by the representation. Okay, this is relevant to the AI art discussion, because it shows that the artistic quality is something that belongs to the subject more so than it belongs to the artwork, or it's produced by the subject and their own their interaction with the representation. Okay, to apprehend a regular, purposive or purposeful building by means of one's cognitive faculty, whether in a clear or confused way of representation, is something quite different from being conscious of this representation as connected with the sensation of satisfaction. I'm going to read this again. To apprehend a regular, purposeful building by means of one's cognitive faculty is something quite different from being conscious of this representation as connected with the sensation of satisfaction. Okay, so he's drawing a contrast between understanding something as like the real object and connecting that to your like subjective experience of the object, like your pain versus your pleasure with it. Okay. Here the representation is altogether referred to the subject and to its feeling of life. Okay, so here he's referring to the you're being conscious of this representation as connected with the sensation of satisfaction. Here the representation is altogether referred to the subject and to its feeling of life under the name of the feeling of pleasure or pain. Okay, so you're interpreting not interpreting, but your experience of satisfaction is produced from the feeling of pleasure or pain. This establishes a quite separate faculty of distinction and of judgment, adding nothing to cognition, but only comparing the given representation in the subject with the whole faculty of representations, of which the mind is conscious in the feeling of its state. Let me read that again. This establishes a quite separate faculty of distinction and judgment. Okay, so he's contrasting distinction and of judgment to cognition, which is the logical, the empirical. Distinction and of judgment is the subjective, aesthetical taste. Okay. What translation this is? Let me double check. Sorry, it's loading. It's a big file. By J.H. Bernard, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Okay. Oops, I'm zoomed out. Okay. Distinction to judgment adding nothing to cognition, but only comparing the given representation in the subject with the whole faculty of representations, of which the mind is conscious in the feeling of its state. So there's some metacognition going on here. Given representations in a judgment can be empirical, consequently aesthetical. This confuses me because I thought that empirical had to do with the logical or the cognitive, but they're saying that it's empirical, consequently aesthetical. So feels backwards to me. But the judgment, which is formed by means of them, is logical, provided they were referred in the judgment to the object. I would need an example to understand what this means, and he'll give examples of what he's saying in the next section. Conversely, if the given representations are rational, but are referred in a judgment simply to the subject, to its feeling, the judgment is so far always aesthetical. That makes sense. The given representations are logical. It's kind of irrelevant to the whole thing, but because the judgment that you're making refers to the feeling, the judgment is always aesthetical. Straightforward enough. Okay. Section 2. The satisfaction which determines the judgment of taste is disinterested. The satisfaction which we combine with the representation of the existence of an object is called interest. So, interest is when we get satisfaction from the existence of an object, or combined with the representation. Such satisfaction always has reference to the faculty of desire, either as its determining ground, or as necessarily connected with its determining ground. So interest has to do with desire. Either because desire determines interest or because it's related to the determination of desire. Now, when the question is if a thing is beautiful, we do not want to know whether anything depends or can depend on the existence of the thing, either for myself or for anyone else, but how we judge it by mere observation, intuition, or reflection. When he says depends on or can depend on the existence of the thing, it looks like he's saying whether the thing has any utility. Um, Therefore, a thing cannot be beautiful because it's useful. Um, the question is separate from its utility. If anyone asks me if I find that palace beautiful which I see before me, I may answer, I do not like things of that kind which are made merely to be stared at. Or I can answer like that Iroquois sachem who was pleased in Paris by nothing more than by the cookshops. It seems that he doesn't find the palace beautiful because it lacks utility, and the cookshops are utile, which pleased the Iroquois sachem. Or again, after the matter of Rousseau, I may rebuke the vanity of the great, who waste the sweat of the people on such superfluous things. In fine, I could easily convince myself that if I found myself on an uninhabited island without the hope of ever again coming among men, and could conjure up such a splendid building by my mere wish, I should not even give myself the trouble if I had a sufficiently comfortable hut. So, creating a beautiful palace is not valuable to somebody who already has a comfortable hut. This may all be admitted and approved, but we are not now talking of this. We wish only to know if this mere representation of the object is accompanied in me with satisfaction, however indifferent I may be as regards the existence of the object of this representation. So all the examples that he just gave are things that we're not really talking about. So you might find that you don't like the palace because it only because it lacks utility, because it's meant only to be stared at. But still, is it beautiful? Is Paris beautiful outside of the outside of like the utility of the cookshops? Or is there something in those like the vain constructions of the wealthy? Even though they seem to waste the people's sweat to produce things that have little utility. I'm gonna be 100% real. Kant is probably my third least favorite philosopher ever. That's funny. I was hoping you'd show up, Ash Kitty, because I know you've read a bit of Kant. Okay. We easily see that in saying it is beautiful and in showing that I have taste, I am concerned not with that which I depend on the existence of the object, but with that I make out of this representation in myself. So, what I just said, basically. Everyone must admit that a judgment about beauty, in which the least interest mingles, is very partial and is not a pure judgment of taste. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Let me read again. Everyone must admit that a judgment about beauty, in which the least interest mingles, is very partial and is not a pure judgment of taste. Okay, so if you're disinterested in something, which means that you get no satisfaction in the representation of the object existing, you're biased and you're not purely you can't purely judge the thing's beauty. That's kind of surprising to me. We must not be in the least prejudiced in favor of the existence of these things, but be quite indifferent in this respect in order to play the judge in things of taste. Maybe I interpreted that backwards because this here seems to accord with my expectations that you shouldn't be prejudiced, which means you should be neutral. You should not have interest because interest is bias. I will say he touches on some interesting theory of mind stuff in the first preface of Pure Reason. I have never touched Pure Reason. This is Critique of Judgment. We cannot, however, better elucidate this proposition, which is of capital importance, than by contrasting the pure disinterested satisfaction in judgments of taste with that which is bound up with an interest. Contrast the disinterested satisfaction in taste versus the interested satisfaction in taste. Okay. So you can be um, biased like in favor of the thing, or you can be um, unbiased in a way of the thing existing. Sorry, let me check my. People are tagging me. All bastards are bastards. Okay. Especially if we can, at the same time, be certain that there are no other kinds of interest than those which are not to be specified. Okay. Is he stating that disinterest itself is proof of the objectivity of art? I don't think so. He's saying, well, I don't think he's got into saying that art is objective. His point is more like, shit, there was a pithy, like, one sentence way that connected interest, aesthetic judgment, and, something else. Satisfaction, which determines the judgment of taste, is disinterested. It might be section 5. No. Okay, I think it's this section header right here. The satisfaction which determines the judgment of taste is disinterested. I think that's like the main argument of this section. As in like section 1 through 5. Okay. The satisfaction in the pleasant is bound up with interest. That which pleases the senses in sensation is pleasant. Fair enough. Here the opportunity presents itself of censuring a very common confusion of the double sense which the word sensation can have, and of calling attention to it. Thank you, Kant. I was getting confused. Yeah, Ash Kitty, that's very true. I find that Nietzsche's kind of like this as well. Like, he keeps throwing in, like, little clauses bound up in commas that sometimes are necessary, and sometimes he's, like, adding them to be extra polemical. Okay. All satisfaction, it can be said or thought, is itself sensation of a pleasure. Yes. Consequently, everything that pleases is pleasant because it pleases, and according to its different degrees or relations to other pleasant sensations, it is agreeable, lovely, delightful, enjoyable, etc. But if this is to be admitted, then impressions of the sense, which determine the inclination, fundamental proposition of reason, which determine the will, mere reflective forms of intuition, which determine the judgment, are quite the same, as regards the effect upon the feeling of pleasure. For this would be pleasantness in the sensation of one's state. And since in the end all the operations of our faculties must issue in the practical, and unite in it as their goal, we could suppose that no other way of estimating things in their worth than that which consists in the gratification they promise. This is like hedonism. Kant is saying that hedonism is like invalid and it's inherently a problem. And thus you can't read the way that he's, or you shouldn't read him saying sense in this way. It is of no consequence at all how this is attained, and since then the choice of means alone could make a difference. Men could indeed blame one another for stupidity and indiscretion, but never for baseness and wickedness. For all, each according to his own way of seeing things, seek one goal, and that is gratification. So basically he's saying that with hedonism, like, morality falls apart completely. Okay. If a determination of the feeling of pleasure or pain is called sensation, this expression signifies something quite different from what I mean when I call the representation of a thing sensation. Okay. So when he says representation of the thing, my sense is a receptivity belonging to the cognitive faculty. He's imagining like an image that you form in your mind. For Osb, I love that quote. It's such a banger. For in the latter case, the representation is referred to the object, in the former simply to the subject. Wait, for in the latter case, so this case that he just brings up, the representation is referred to the object, in the former simply to the subject, and is available for no cognition whatever, not even for that by which the subject cognizes itself. I'm confused. Why must we concern ourselves with morality falling apart for order's sake? What good does order do us? That's a good question, I think. I would assume that Kant is a moralist. And you're being more of a Nietzschean. Order is a means of taming chaos, and chaos cannot be tamed. It's a mistake to say we are beings of order. I'm thinking of Civilizations and Discontents by the Freud man. And he argues that we are taming ourselves in order to exist in society, similar to Rousseau. It's like the key of sublimation. I actually read C&D like 3 years ago. Yeah, it was winter 2023. So I don't remember it super well, but it's a banger. I also gave my copy to Imran. So I would love to just pull it up and grab like some pithy quotes from it, but I cannot. Freud is a hilarious writer. Like he's very like polemical and theatrical in a similar way that that Nietzsche is. Apparently he never read Nietzsche, he doesn't know Nietzsche, but they're very close in a lot of ways. Yeah. I have to reread this paragraph. If a determination of the feeling of pleasure or pain is called sensation, this expression signifies something quite different from what I mean when I call the representation of a thing, by sense as a receptivity belonging to the cognitive faculty, sensation. Okay, so there's sensation 1, which is pleasure or pain. And then there's sensation 2, which is like the representation in your mind of something. Okay. In the latter case, so sensation 2, the representation is referred to the object. So, okay, I guess that makes sense. The representation is referred to the object. So the mental image is referred to, or it means it like corresponds to, the thing in real life. And in the former case, simply to the subject. Yeah, so it's purely subjective. The whether you receive or sense pain or pleasure in the representation of the object is purely a subjective matter. Like, if you eat the broccoli and you have pain from that, it's subjective. Okay. Where was I? For in the latter case, the representation is referred to the object in the former simply to the subject, and is available for no cognition whatever, not even for that by which the subject cognizes itself. is available for no cognition, whatever. Okay, here again I'm getting confused on what he means by cognition. Is he referring to like the empirical thing of cognition? Or like the empirical processing, or like turning something empirical into representation? Yeah, I think that could be it, because there's no way that you can turn something subjective into something objective. Not even for that by which the subject cognizes itself. Cognition as a mental process is how I would describe cognition as a neuroscientist, but Kant is referring to something else. Like he ties up cognition with, so judgment of cognition is logical, and it's also empirical. Okay. Yeah. In the above elucidation, we understand by the word sensation an objective representation of sense. Okay, I'm going to make a note for sensation 1 and sensation 2, just so that when I reread this, if I reread this, I'll probably have to. I'll have a note. Sensation 1, sensation 2. And I think I'll highlight this whole section. Oh. I have to do it manually. There we go. Okay. In the above elucidation, we understand by the word sensation an objective representation of sense. So that's sensation 2. In order to avoid misinterpretation, we shall call that which must remain merely subjective and can constitute absolutely no representation by the ordinary term feeling. Okay, so he took sensation 1, sensation 2, and he decided to call that sensation, and he's taking sensation 1 and deciding to call that feeling. I actually like this translation, because sensation does feel very, like, sensory and pure, while feeling does feel a lot more like subjective and emotions based. Okay. The green color of this meadow belongs to objective sensation. As a let me highlight this in green for terms. Oops. Okay. The green color of the meadows, of course, is subjective sensation as a perception of an object of sense, and the pleasantness of this belongs to subjective sensation by which no object is represented, i.e. to feeling. See, this is so straightforward! Yes! By which the object is considered as an object of satisfaction, which does not furnish a cognition of it. Okay. So it's an, you have the subjective sensation of pleasure or satisfaction, and then the object is considered an object of satisfaction, and this cannot furnish a cognition of it, which means you can't form, you can't connect that back to, like, in something of the, it doesn't belong to the pleasantness doesn't belong to the object, it belongs to you, I think, is what he's saying. Now that a judgment about an object by which I describe it as pleasant expresses an interest in it, it is plain from the fact that by sensation it excites a desire for objects of that kind. Consequently, the satisfaction presupposes not the mere judgment about it, but the relation of its existence to my state. Sorry, I have to read that again. Now that a judgment about an object by which I describe it as pleasant expresses an interest in it. Okay. Yeah, so if you find an object as pleasant, you're interested in it. It's plain from the fact that by sensation it excites a desire for objects of that kind. Okay. So he already said that desire and interest are connected, and therefore if you find something pleasant, you desire it, so you're interested in it. Okay, consequently, the satisfaction presupposes not the mere judgment about it, but the relation of its existence to my state. Okay? The satisfaction presupposes the relation of its existence to my state. The object's existence to the state of pleasure. So far as this is affected by such an object. Hence, we do not merely say of the pleasant, it pleases, but pleasant in the most lively fashion. There is no judgment at all upon the character of the object, for those who always lay themselves out only for enjoyment, for that is the word describing intense gratification, would fain dispense with all judgment. I don't know what this word means. Is fain just another... Oh, okay. Fain means pleased or willing under the circumstances. Interesting. He was fain to acknowledge that the agreement was sacrosanct. Okay. Was fain to proceed. Interesting. Oh, I have to read chat. Okay. Kant's work deals with the mental, sensation being the objective versus the feeling being the subjective, exactly. My problem is in the determination of the objectivity of sensation versus subjectivity of feeling. In my mind, both are subjective experiences, as there's nothing in the way of the objective in the mind. Well, objective refers to something outside of the self, right? Means it refers to the object. The object through which you're experiencing sensation is outside of the subject. So you don't necessarily have to see objective as, like, true. You just have to look at objective in the sense that it's outside of the subject. That's the way that I prefer to use the term too. Like, objective as in it's accessible to multiple subjects and through which you can establish consensus. Like, objectivity is consensus, or objectiveness is consensus, is just like a little short thing that I believe with, or that I agree with, or I believe. Okay. Side note, there's bank to be made in rewriting philosophical texts in plain spoken English. I'm just saying you could make a business in critique of theories in plain spoken version. I feel like you're complimenting my my reading of this so far, which I very much appreciate. This is hard for me. Sensation Empfindung is the subjective reception of something through sensibility, but it can function as the matter through which an object is represented. That sounds right. For example, the sensation of red contributes to my perception of a red object. Yes. Feeling, Gefühl, is explicitly tied to the subject state, especially pleasure or displeasure. It tells us how the representation affects us rather than what the object is. Yes, that was well said. Thank you, Frosp. Okay. Let me read this last sentence again now that I know what feign means. Okay. Hence we do not... That's a long... Okay. There's the beginning of the sentence. I give to it no mere approval, but inclination is aroused by it. And in the case of what is pleasant, in the most lively fashion, there is no judgment at all upon the character of the object. That's right. It's something that it's about the effect that the object has on you, therefore it's subjective. For those who always lay themselves out only for enjoyment, for that is the word describing intense gratification, would fain dispense with all judgment. Okay. I'm still confused. I thought fain would be like... Fain dispense with all judgment? Fuck. Okay, they're saying that Those who lay themselves out only for enjoyment. Is that referring to hedonists, or is that referring to people that are interested in the object? Uh, Let me read the section header again. The satisfaction in the pleasant is bound up with interest. Okay. So, yeah, this last paragraph is in general connecting interest again back to sensation and feeling. Satisfaction in the pleasant is feeling, and it's bound up with interest. Yeah, this last sentence is just weird. The first part of this paragraph is pretty straightforward. It's connecting the feeling of satisfaction with interest. It's saying that they like coincide, which straightforward. You see what I had to go through reading this? Yeah. Okay, let's move on to 4. I'm going to highlight this last sentence in blue, and somebody can explain it to me. Okay. The satisfaction in the good is bound up with interest. Okay, so the pleasant is is subjective, while the good, I'm assuming, is morally good. Oh wait, no, he's about to explain. Whatever by means of reason pleases us through mere concept is good. Okay, that's interesting. Let me highlight this more neatly. Means of reason pleases through mere concept is good. Wow. Okay. What's something that pleases us through means of reason? Oh, okay, so something that's useful. Interesting. That which pleases only as a means we call good for something, the useful. But that which pleases for itself is good in itself. In both, there is. Okay, let me highlight that in green again. Good for something, the useful. Pleases for itself is good in itself. Okay, I've encountered this concept before, whether something is intrinsically or extrinsically good. In both, there is always involved the concept of a purpose, and consequently the relation of reason to the at least possible volition, unless a satisfaction in the presence of an object or an action, i.e. some kind of interest. There's a satisfaction in the presence of an object or an action, i.e. some kind of interest. Okay. Yeah, it seems like he's done with this section. Why is it so long then? Let's find out. In order to find anything good, I must always know what sort of a thing the object ought to be. Okay. I.e., I must have a concept of it. But there is no need of this to find things beautiful. Yeah, the beautiful is stuff that is good in themselves, I think. Flowers, free delineations, outlines intertwined with one another without design and called foliage, have no meaning, depend on no definite concept, and yet they please. The satisfaction in the beautiful must depend on the reflection upon an object, leading to any concept however indefinite, and it is thus distinguished from the pleasant, which rests entirely upon sensation. Okay, that's interesting. The satisfaction in the beautiful must depend upon the reflection upon an object, leading to any concept, however indefinite. And it is thus distinguished from the pleasant, which rests entirely upon sensation. So the pleasant is not necessarily the beautiful. That makes sense. It is true, the pleasant seems in many cases to be the same as the good. Thus people are accustomed to say that all gratification, especially if it lasts, is good in itself, which is very much the same as to say that lasting pleasure and the good are the same. But we can soon see that this is merely a confusion of words, for the concepts which properly belong to these expressions can in no way be interchanged. I think nowadays we can also easily think of things that have lasting pleasure, but aren't useful. Like, Imagine you get I don't know, you have a subscription that gives you free stickers. And you like the stickers. The stickers give you lasting satisfaction because it's a subscription service. You keep getting that dopamine hit every time you get the new stickers in the mail. Um, but it's not useful. It's not good, therefore. Okay. The pleasant which, as such, represents the object simply in relation to sense, must first be brought by the concept of a purpose under principles of reason, in order to call it good, as an object of the will. Okay, the will is brought up because it relates to purpose, which relates to the good. Okay. But that there is involved a quite different relation to satisfaction, and calling that which gratifies at the same time good may be seen from the fact that in the case of the good, the question always is whether it is mediately or immediately good. So immediately means not immediately. I've never seen that word before. That's funny. Useful or good in itself. But on the contrary, in the case of the pleasant, there can be no question about this at all, for the word always signifies something which pleases immediately. Yep, this seems applicable to what I call beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Although I don't know, some things have to be beautiful later, like after you process them and after you understand what they're for. Going through Kant gives me PTSD, reminds me of when I read Derrida. The explanation is harder than the argument itself. I think I had to read a bit of Derrida for my postmodernism class, but no, I didn't read him. Instead, he kept being brought up over and over and over again. Even in common speech, men distinguish the pleasant from the good. Of a dish which stimulates the taste by spices and other condiments, we say unhesitatingly that it is pleasant, though it is at the same time admitted not to be good. For though it immediately delights the sentence, yet immediately, i.e., considered by a reason which looks to the after results, it displeases. So, like, you might get sick from all the spices or something. Even in the judging of health, we may notice this distinction. It is immediately pleasant to everyone possessing it, at least negatively, i.e., the absence of all bodily pains. But in order to say that it is good, it must be considered by reason with reference to purposes, viz., that it is a state that makes us fit for all our great business. That's true, actually. I feel like health is good. Yeah. Finally, in respect of happiness, everyone believes himself entitled to describe the greatest sum of the pleasantness of life. Yeah. As regards both their number and their duration, as a true, even as the highest good. However, reason is opposed to this. Pleasantness is enjoyment. And if we were concerned with this alone, it would be foolish to be scrupulous as regards the means which procure it for us, or to care whether it is obtained passively by the bounty of nature or by our own activity and work. But reason can never be persuaded that the existence of a man who lives merely for enjoyment, however busy he may be in this point of view, has a worth in itself, even if he at the same time is conducive as a means to the best enjoyment of others, and shares in all their gratifications by sympathy. Okay, so he's saying that like, you need to have a purpose in life to be satisfied. And it doesn't matter if you look like somebody who lives with purpose, you have to actually have it. Only what he does, without reference to enjoyment, in full freedom, and independently of what nature can procure for him passively, gives an absolute worth to his being, as the existence of a person, and happiness, with the whole abundance of its pleasures, is far from being an unconditioned good. Yeah. So happiness is not, like, intrinsically good. is what he's saying. That's interesting. However, notwithstanding all this difference between the pleasant and the good, they both agree in that they are not always bound up with an interest in their object. Okay. So, pleasant and good are not always bound up with interest. That makes sense. Yeah, you can see, like, a broom as good because it's useful, but you're not always interested in. You don't get satisfaction from the existence of the broom. This also reminds me of spiders. You may be disinterested in spiders, but you might see them as good. You need to clean your room. Kant is Petersonian. True. He conceived of the Peterson when he was writing. I was thinking of brooms because I lost mine. And how the fuck do you lose a broom? It's like 5 feet tall. What else can I say about it? It's bright orange. And I lost it. I have no idea where the fuck I put my broom. And how am I supposed to clean now? Now I feel like a dirty chud. And it's all because I have a giant fluffy cat that gets her fur everywhere and messes up her food everywhere. Like when I feed her, she pushes all of the food out of the bowls. Whoa, Richard, back off. I fucking love my broom. Are you a witch? Okay. Second sentence. This is true not only of the pleasant and the mediate good, the useful, which is pleasing as a. Oh, yes, the mediate good, the useful. That's good. Which is pleasing as a means towards pleasantness somewhere, but also that which is good absolutely and in every aspect, or viz. Moral good, which brings it with it the highest interest. So moral good is bound up with interest. Interesting. Moral good, which brings with it the highest interest. I don't agree with that, but Kant is a moralist, so I think I'll just. Sweeping is immensely more pleasurable than vacuuming. I think I agree. And this is because I have a shitty vacuum cleaner. So I'll like have my carpet and it's covered in fur because I have a fluffy cat, and I'll like go over the fur like vroom vroom, and then it doesn't pick up the fur, so I go like vroom 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 vroom, vroom, and it doesn't come off. But if I sweep, it just everything just moves where I need it to go without any resistance. If I had a like really nice Dyson, I think it's Dyson, um, vacuum cleaner, like the kind that my parents have. They have a really fancy bougie vacuum cleaner that probably costs like $300. I can't afford that naturally. Mine was like 45. Okay. For the good is the object of will. That makes sense, i.e. a faculty of desire determined by reason. But to will something and to have a satisfaction in its existence, to take an interest in it, are identical. So to will something is to have a satisfaction in its existence. So will is the same thing as interest. That feels a little counterintuitive to me. Okay. The good is the object of will. Okay. The thesis of this thing is that the satisfaction in the good is bound up with interest. So you experience a type of, you sense a type of pleasure in good objects because they're useful. And satisfaction in the good is bound up with interest. Yeah, even though you're not necessarily satisfied in good objects like the broom, there are the objects that you do find satisfaction in are bound up in interest, naturally. Okay. So it's not just so it's not just good is bound up with interest. It's the satisfaction in the good is bound up with interest. So this isn't that like difficult of an argument to make, actually. Like if you're satisfied in something, of course it's bound up with interest. Okay. Comparison of the three specifically different types of satisfaction. Okay, there's three of them. Let me try to remember. There's satisfaction in the pleasant, there's satisfaction in the good. Oh, and then it's the beautiful. I see it right here. The pleasant, the beautiful, and the good. Okay, he hasn't really defined the beautiful, but to be fair, maybe he can't. Okay. The pleasant and the good have both a reference to the faculty of desire, and they bring with them the former a satisfaction pathologically conditioned by impulses stimulus. Sorry, let me start over. I find smoking cigarettes satisfying. Does that make them inherently good? No, because that's about sensory pleasure. That they're not good because they're like bad for you. They don't assist you in completing your tasks, in exercising your will, the way that I understand it. Okay. The pleasant and the good have both a reference to the faculty of desire, and they bring with them, the former, a satisfaction pathologically conditioned by impulses, stimuli. The latter, a practical satisfaction, which is determined not merely by the representation of the object, but also by the represented connection of the subject with the existence of the object. It is not merely the object that pleases, but also its existence. Okay. On the other hand, the judgment of taste is merely contemplative. It is a judgment which, indifferent as regards the being of an object, compares its character with the feeling of pleasure and pain. What does contemplative mean? So it's a judgment which, indifferent to the regards the being of an object, compares its character with the feeling of pleasure and pain. So it's the key thing is that it's indifferent as regards the being of an object. It is a judgment which, indifferent to the regards of pain, compares its character with the feeling of pleasure and pain. So it's like it's like interest, except for it's indifferent to the existence of the object. But this contemplation itself is not directed to concepts. The judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, either theoretical or practical, and thus is not based on concepts, nor has its concepts as its purpose. Contemplation itself is not directed to concepts. For the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, either theoretical or practical, and this is not based on concepts, nor has its concepts as its purpose. Contemplation itself is not directed to concepts. Okay. The judgment of taste is not a... Okay. The judgment of taste is not based on concepts. Or it does not have concepts as its purpose. I don't know what a concept is. Yeah, I'm gonna highlight this and move on. And in case I get confused later. Okay. The pleasant, the beautiful, and the good designate then three different relations of representation to the feeling of pleasure and pain, in reference to which we distinguish from each other objects or methods representing them. Okay. in reference to which we distinguish from each other objects or methods. Okay. Yeah. So objects, I guess like whether or not it's a concept, perhaps, and methods like whether we see it as useful, whether we get like sensory satisfaction from it, or something sublime, I guess. And the expressions corresponding to each by which we mark our complacency in them are not the same. Concept begriff is a general representation produced by the understanding that allows us to think objects under a common rule. Ah, okay. So hold on, let me reread this. But this contemplation itself is directed to concepts, for the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, either theoretical or practical, and thus is not based on concepts, nor has its concept as its purpose. Okay, so cognitive means it's bound up in concepts for some reason. I still don't feel like the sentence is that useful. Like, all that it establishes for me right now is that cognition has to do with concepts. And that concepts have to do with the theoretical or practical definition of an object, which makes sense. Like, objects as a common rule share practical character traits, like what it's for, what it does, or theoretical traits. Like, I don't know. Is color or like quality a theoretical trait? I don't know. Okay, back to the main part. And the expressions corresponding to each by which we mark our complacency in them are not the same. That which gratifies a man is called pleasant. That which merely pleases him is beautiful. And that which is esteemed or approved by him, i.e., that to which he accords an objective worth, is good. Interesting. Okay. This is really not interesting, but useful. So, gratifies a man means he gets sensory pleasure from it, and that which he approves of, or that which he accords an objective worth, is good. So good is objective. But something that isn't objectively good, isn't like sensory, doesn't cause sensory pleasure, and yet he gets some sort of satisfaction from it anyways, that's beautiful. I think that is useful. Pleasantness concerns irrational animals also, but beauty only concerns men, i.e., animal but still rational beings, not merely qua rationale, e.g., spirits, but qua animal also, and the good concerns every rational being in general. This is a proposition which can only be completely established and explained in the sequel. What sequel? We may say that of all of these three kinds of satisfaction, that of taste and the beautiful is alone a disinterested and a free satisfaction. For no interest either of sense or of reason here forces our assent. Okay. No interest either of sense or of reason forces our assent, or like forces us to be interested in the thing. Okay. So beauty, or like aesthetic judgment, is disinterested. That's the title of the second section, right? The satisfaction which determines the judgment of taste is disinterested. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Hence we may say of satisfaction that it is related in the three aforesaid cases to inclination, to favor, or to respect. Now favor is the only free satisfaction. I don't know what that means. An object of inclination, and one that is proposed by to our desire by a law of reason. An object of inclination, so interest, and one that is proposed to our desire by a law of reason leaves us no freedom in forming for ourselves anywhere an object of pleasure. Yep. that makes sense. Because if our reason inclines us towards an object, we don't have a choice whether or not we're interested in it. All interest presupposes or generates a want, and as the determining ground of assent, it leaves the judgment about the object no longer free. As regards the interest of inclination in the case of the pleasant, that's what I was wondering about. Everyone says that hunger is the best sauce, and that everything that is eatable is relished by people with a healthy appetite, and thus a satisfaction of this sort does not indicate choice directed by taste. Okay. It is only when we want is appeased that we can distinguish which of many men has or has not taste. So if you are already satiated, that's when you're the best judge of the tastefulness of food. That's not what he said, but that's the natural next step to what he's saying. For where the moral law... Okay, wait. It is only when the want is appeased that we can distinguish which of many men has or has not taste. Okay, that's what I just said. In the same way, there may be manners, conduct without virtue, politeness without goodwill, decorum without modesty, etc. For where the moral law speaks, there is no longer, objectively, a free choice as regards what is to be done. And to display taste in its fulfillment, or in judging another's fulfillment of it, is something quite different from manifesting the moral attitude of thought. For this involves a command and generates a want, whilst moral taste only plays with the objects of satisfaction, without attaching itself to only one of them. Okay. Moral taste only plays with the objects of satisfaction, without attaching itself to one of them. Interesting. Only plays with objects of satisfaction without attaching itself to one of them. I'm a little curious about this sentence. I'm not finding it that confusing. It's just kind of weird in context. Okay. Do we keep reading? Yes. Last mini paragraph, and then we're moving on to Barthes. Explanation of the beautiful resulting from the first moment. Taste is the faculty of judging an object or a method of representing it by an entirely disinterested satisfaction or dissatisfaction. The object of such satisfaction is called beautiful. Okay, so this is just a summary. Taste, it's the first time used defining this term, is the faculty of judging an object or a method by representing it by an entirely disinterested satisfaction or dissatisfaction. The object of such satisfaction is called beautiful. Okay. Guys, that was pretty fire, honestly. That was difficult, but I think it's well argued. Like, I really like how clear-cut everything is. How, like, it feels like geometric. Like, really stratified in and strict and clean. That was nice. Okay. Moving on to Death of the Author. I have no expectations here. Except that it'll be easier. In his story, Sarracine Balzac, speaking of a castrato, so somebody castrated, disguised... Oh wait, I need to charge my computer. Okay. In his story Sarracine, Balzac, speaking of a castrato disguised as a woman, writes the sentence, "It was woman with her sudden fears, her irrational whims, her instinctive fears, her unprovoked bravado, her daring and delicious delicacy of feeling." Who is speaking this way? It is the story's hero, concerned to ignore the castrato concealed beneath the woman. Is it the man Balzac endowed by his personal experience with the philosophy of woman? Is it the author Balzac, professing certain literary ideas of femininity? Is it universal wisdom or romantic psychology? It will always be impossible to know, for the good reason that all writing itself is itself the special voice, consisting of several indiscernible voices. Okay. With several indiscernible voices, and that literature is precisely the invention of this voice, to which we cannot assign a specific origin. Literature is that neuter, that composite, that oblique into which every subject escapes, the trap where all identity is lost, beginning with the very identity of the body that writes. So a German's HHH, it's a male singer, so his voice doesn't get thicker. The castrato? Okay. Oh, have you read this story? Literature's that neuter, that composite, that oblique into which every subject escapes, the trap where all identity is lost, beginning with the very identity of the body that writes. Okay. All identity is lost, beginning with the very identity of the body that writes. So that's literally death of the author. Okay. Probably this has always been the case. Once an action is recounted for intransitive ends, and no longer in order to act directly upon reality, that is, finally external to any function, but the very exercise of the symbol, the disjunction occurs, the voice loses its origin, the author enters his own death, writing begins. Nevertheless, the feeling about this phenomenon has been variable. In primitive societies, narrative is never undertaken by a person, but by a mediator, shaman, or speaker, whose performance may be admired. That is his mastery of the narrative code, but not his genius. The author is a modern figure, produced no doubt by our society, insofar as the end of the Middle Ages, with English empiricism, French rationalism, and the personal faith of the Reformation. It discovered the prestige of the individual, or to put it more nobly, of the human person. Hence it is logical that with regard to literature, it should be positivism, resume in the result of capitalist ideology, which has accorded the greatest importance to the author's person. The author still rules in manuals of literary history, in biographies of writers, in magazine interviews, and even in the awareness of literary men, anxious to unite, by their private journals, their person and their work. The image of literature to be found in contemporary culture is tyrannically centered on the author, his person, his history, his taste, his passion. Criticism still consists most of the time in saying that Baudelaire's work is the failure of the man Baudelaire. Van Gogh's work is his madness, Tchaikovsky's his vice. The explanation of the work is always sought in the man who has produced it, as if, though the more or less transparent allegory of fiction, it was always finally the voice of the one and the same person, the author, which delivered his confidence. This reminds me of the phrase, everybody has a book in them, which means that everybody is capable of writing, like, a valuable book based on their experiences. Everybody has like a unique perspective and stuff. Okay, you read the book for an exam? Ooh, what kind of exam? Though the author's empire is still very powerful, recent criticism has often merely consolidated it. It is evident that for a long time now, certain writers have attempted to topple it. In France, Mallarme was doubtless the first to see and foresee in its full extent the necessity of substituting language itself for the man who hitherto was supposed to own it. For Mallarme, as for us, it is language which speaks, not the author. To write is to reach through a pre-existing impersonality, never to be confused with the castrating objectivity of the realistic novelist. Um, that point where language alone acts, performs, and not oneself. Okay. Mallarme's entire poetics consists in suppressing the author for the sake of the writing. Okay. That's important to me because I have never heard of Mallarme, which is, as we shall see, to restore the status of the reader. Ooh. That's a pink highlight. Valéry, encumbered with the psychology of the self, greatly edulcorated. I have to look that up. Edulcorate. Make something more acceptable or palatable. Okay, that's a good word. Valéry, encumbered with the psychology of the self, greatly adulterated Mallarme's theory, but turning in preference for classicism to the lessons of rhetoric, he unceasingly questioned and mocked the author, emphasized the linguistic and almost chance nature of his activity, and throughout his prose works championed the essentially verbal condition of literature, in the face of which any recourse to the writer's inferiority seemed to him pure superstition. It is clear that Proust himself, despite the apparent psychological character of what is called his analyses, undertook the responsibility of inexorably blurring, by an extreme subtilization, the relation of the writer and his characters, by making the narrator not the person who has seen or felt, nor even the person who writes, but the person who will write, the young man of the novel. But in fact, how old is he, and who is he? Wants to write, but cannot, and the novel ends when at last the writing becomes possible. Proust has given modern writing its epic. By a radical reversal, instead of putting his life into his novel, as we say so often, he makes his very life into a work for which his own book was in a sense the model. He makes his very life into a work for which his own book was in a sense the model, so that it is quite obvious to us that it is not Charles who imitates Montesquieu, but Montesquieu, in his anecdotal, historical reality, is merely a second fragment derived from Carlos. Surrealism, lastly, to remain on the level of prehistory of modernity. Surrealism, doubtless, could not accord language with a sovereign place. I didn't know Surrealism was also a literary movement. Surrealist, literature. Okay, so Master and Margarita, of course. Hearing Trumpets, sort of. I don't know these books, except Master and Margarita. I'm curious about this because I haven't read Master and Margarita. I want to, but I haven't. Um, Pure psychic automatism, by which it is intended to express the real process of thought. It is the dictation of thought, free from any control by reason, and of any aesthetic or moral preoccupation. 2 weeks earlier, German poet Ivan Goll had published Surrealism, his version of a manifesto for the movement. Both were inspired by the visionary writing of French poet Guillaume Apollinaire, who had died in the 1918 flu pandemic 2 years after he was injured in World War I. Those crises in the wake of uncertainty they had left in Europe would inspire surrealists, like the Dadaists who had come before them, to embrace the irrational and absurd in the face of a society where reason seemed to have lost its supremacy. Okay, so the genesis of Breton's interpretation of surrealism was in the Paris literary scene. The global legacy was visible in art. I want to learn more about like what surrealist writing is like. Dada surrealism, politics of dream surrealism in Paris. Okay. First avant-garde group to make the dream central. The Metamorphosis can be surrealist. Okay. In uni, The Metamorphosis can be surrealist by Kafka. Yeah. You think Barthes is arguing against what? Sorry. I wasn't checking chat super actively. Yeah, I think you're right. From Breton to Dali, modern poets, surrealist Baudelaire, Paris Laforgue. Through an apparently spontaneous flow of images, surrealism throws the crust of blunted perception and deductive reasoning which separates us from our deepest life, from the remnants of childhood buried in our subconscious. For French scholar Henri Père, in this 1948 essay that argues for the movement's continued importance even after its early 20th century peak. Some of the language in the piece is now dated, particularly that used to reference the African and Polynesian art that inspired many surrealists. Still, it's illuminating to read how surrealism was being evaluated for its cultural influence in the aftermath of World War II. This doesn't really give me a definition. Characteristics in the poetry of Breton. It's a juxtaposition of words that was startling because it was determined not by logical but by psychological, that is, unconscious thought processes. Surrealism's major achievements, however, were in the field of painting. Okay. Surrealist artists, surrealist techniques, women artists. Okay. Yeah, not a lot written on the surrealist poets. Okay. Curious. Anyway. Surrealism, lastly, to remain on the level of this prehistory of modernity, surrealism doubtless could not accord language a sovereign place. Since language is a system, and since what the movement sought was, romantically, a direct subversion of all codes, an illusory subversion, moreover, for a code cannot be destroyed, it can only be played with. Yeah. But by abruptly violating expected meanings, this was the famous surrealist jolt, by entrusting to the hand the responsibility of writing as fast as possible what the head itself ignores, this was automatic writing, by accepting the principle and the experience of a collective writing, surrealism helps secularize the image of the author. Finally, outside of literature itself, actually these distinctions are being superseded. Linguistics has just furnished the destruction of the author with a precious analytic instrument by showing that utterance in its entirety is a void process which functions perfectly without requiring to be filled by the person of the interlocutors. Linguistically, the author is never anything more than the man who writes, just as I is no more than the man who says I. Language knows a subject, not a person, and this subject, void outside the very utterance which defines it, suffices to make language work, that is, to exhaust it. Language knows a subject, not a person, and this subject, void outside of the very utterance which defines it, suffices to make language work, that is, to exhaust it. Okay. The absence of the author, with Brecht, we might speak here of a real alienation. Author diminishing like a tiny figure at the far end of the literary stage is not only a historical fact, or an act of writing, it utterly transforms the modern text, or what is the same thing. The text is henceforth written and read, so that in it, on every level, the author absents himself. I think it will help to know that Barthes started as a modernist and later in his life became a postmodernist. My professor said that this work can be the point where he changes disciplines. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. This reads as very postmodern to me so far. Not like very necessarily, but it's familiar. Okay. Ooh, I should have checked the date. Okay, this is the end of page 3. Let me scroll up. It doesn't say. Wonderful. Okay. The absence of the author, with Brecht we might speak of real alienation, the author diminishing like a tiny figure at the far end of the literary stage, is not only a historical fact or an act of writing, it utterly transforms the modern text. Or, what is the same thing, the text is henceforth written and read so that in it, on every level, the author absents himself. Time, first of all, is no longer the same. The author, when we believe in him, is always conceived as the past of his own book. The book and the author take their places of their own accord on the same line, cast as a before and an after. The author is supposed to feed the book, that is, he pre-exists it, thinks, suffers, lives for it. He maintains with his work the same relation of an antecedence a father maintains with his child. I was about to say, yeah. Quite the contrary, the modern writer, scripter, is born simultaneously with his text. He is in no way supplied with a being which precedes or transcends his writing. He is in no way the subject of which his book is the predicate. There is no other time than that of the utterance, and every text is eternally written here and now. Why? Or how? This is because, or it follows that, to write can no longer designate an operation of recording, of observing, of representing, of painting, as the classic writers put it, but rather what the linguisticians, following the vocabulary of the Oxford School, call a performative, a rare verbal form, exclusively given to the first person and to the present, in which utterance has no other contents than the act by which it is uttered. Something like the command of kings, or as the I sing of the early bards, or like the I command of kings, or the I sing of early bards, the modern writer, having buried the author, can no longer believe, according to the pathos of his predecessors, that his hand is too slow for his thought or passion, and that in consequence, making a law out of necessity, he must accentuate this gap and endlessly elaborate his form. For him, on the contrary, published in 1967. 6-7. And then in consequence, making a law out of necessity, he must accentuate this gap and endlessly elaborate his form. For him, on the contrary, his hand, detached from any voice, born by a pure gesture of inscription, not by expression, traces a field without origin, or which at least has no other origin than language itself. That is, the very thing which ceaselessly questions any origin. Language itself is the thing which ceaselessly questions any origin. Can no longer believe, according to the pathos of his predecessors, that his hand is too slow for the slaughter for his passion. Why not? And that in consequence, making a law out of necessity, he must accentuate this gap and endlessly elaborate his form. For him, on the contrary, his hand, detached from any voice, born of by a pure gesture of inscription, traces a field without origin, or which has no other origin than language itself. His hand traces a field without origin, which traces a field, has no other origin than language itself. A thing which ceaselessly questions any origin. Okay. That makes sense. We know that a text does not consist of a line of words, releasing a single theological meaning. The message of the author God. Okay. But is a space of many dimensions, in which are wedded and contested various kinds of writing, no one of which is original. The text is a tissue of citations, resulting from the thousand sources of culture. Like Bovard and Pécuchet, those eternal copyists, both sublime and comical, and whose profound absurdity precisely designates the truth of writing, the writer can only imitate a gesture forever anterior, never original. His only power is to combine the different kinds of writing, some by others, so as to never sustain himself by just one of them. If he wants to express himself, at least he should know that the internal thing he claims to translate is itself only a ready-made dictionary whose words can be explained, defined, only by other words, and so ad infinitum. An experience which occurred in exemplary fashion to young De Quincey, so gifted in Greek that, in order to translate into that dead language certain absolutely modern ideas and images, Baudelaire tells us, he created for it a standing dictionary much more complex and extensive than the one which results from the vulgar patience of purely literary themes. Baudelaire tells us he created for a standing dictionary much more complex and extensive than the ones which results from the vulgar patience of purely literary themes. This is confusing. Oh, okay. So Quincy De Quincey is gifted in Greek, that he wanted to translate dead language into certain modern ideas and images, that he created a standing dictionary more complex and extensive than the one that results from the vulgar patience of purely literary themes. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, so the translation complexified the thing. The transition from ancient Greek into modern language. Succeeding the author, the writer no longer contains within himself passions, humors, sentiments, impressions, but that enormous dictionary from which he derives a writing which can know no end or halt. Life can only imitate the book, and the book itself is only a tissue of signs, a lost, infinitely remote imitation. Once the author is gone, the claim to decipher a text becomes quite useless. To give an author to a text is to impose upon that text a stop clause, to furnish it with the final signification, to close the writing. The conception perfectly suits criticism, which can then take as its major task the discovery of the author, or his hypostases, society, history, the psyche, freedom, beneath the work. Once the author is discovered, the text is explained. The critic has conquered. Hence, it is scarcely surprising not only that historically the reign of the author should also have been that of the critic, but that criticism, even new criticism, should be overthrown along with the author. In a multiple writing, indeed, everything is to be distinguished, but nothing deciphered. Structure can be followed, threaded, like a stocking that has run, in all its recurrences, in all its stages, but there is no underlying ground. The space of the writing is to be traversed, not penetrated. Writing ceaselessly posits meaning, but always in order to evaporate it. It proceeds to a systematic exemption of meaning. Thus, literature, it would be better henceforth to say writing, by refusing to assign to the text and to the world as a text a secret that is an ultimate meaning, liberates an activity for which we might call counter-theological, properly revolutionary, for to refuse to arrest meaning is finally to refuse God and his hypostases, reason, science, the law. Interesting. Uh, that makes sense. That the death of the author coincides with like the death of God in the Nietzschean sense. Let us return to Balzac's sentence. No one, that is, no person, utters it. Its source, its voice, is not to be located, and yet it is perfectly read. This is because the true locus of writing is reading. Not sure what he means by locus here, but I mean, I can understand it, but I can't like re-explain it by myself. I can try though. I can paraphrase it like the true domain or something. What he means to say is that um, the true like meaning creating or the true um that you do writing through reading. Yeah. The source is reading. The source is not the writing, is what he's saying. That's why there is no source to be located. Another very specific example can make this understood. Recent investigations, J.P. Vernant, have shed light upon the constitutively ambiguous nature of Greek tragedy, the text of which is woven with words that have double meanings, each character understanding the unilaterally. This perpetual misunderstanding is precisely what is meant by the tragic. Yet there is someone who understands each word in its duplicity, and only understands further, one might say, the very deafness of the characters speaking in front of him. This someone is precisely the reader, or here spectator. In this way is revealed the whole being of the writing. The text consists of multiple writings, issuing from several cultures and entering into dialogue with each other, into parody, into contestation. But there is one place where this multiplicity is collected, united, and this place is not the author, as we have hitherto said it was, but the reader. There's one place where this multiplicity is collected, united, and this place is not the author, as we have hitherto said, but the reader. The reader is the very space in which are inscribed, without any being lost, all the citations a writing consists of. The unity of a text is not in its origin, it is in its destination. The destination can no longer be personal. The reader is a man without history, without biography, without psychology. He is only that someone who holds gathered into a single field all the paths of which the text is constituted. That is why it is absurd to hear the new writing condemned in the name of a humanism which hypocritically appoints itself the champion of the reader's rights. The reader has never been the concern of classical criticism. For it there is no other man in literature but the one who writes. We are now beginning to be dupes, no longer of such anti-phrases, by which our society proudly champions precisely what it dismisses, ignores, smothers, or destroys. We know that to restore to writing in its future, we must reverse its myth. The birth of the reader must be ransomed by the death of the author. I'm going to reread this paragraph, because it's important. I get the general message that the reader's interpretation is more important than what the author might have meant by their text. I definitely see that here, but I feel like there's something deeper going on that I'm kind of missing. Like, for example, I feel like there's the death of subjectivity, and general like alienation through capitalism that is changing things. That the reason that the author is not the arbiter is more so because there is no such thing as the author, because the author is the combination of all these other external factors. The author is no longer the god, the origin of stuff. The author is more of like an end point or like a middle point to other stuff. Yeah. The author is just a middleman between the inspiration and the product. That's something that people don't really. That's absent from the popular conception of this work. And it's this type of thing that I'm trying to understand. Yeah. Okay. One more time, this paragraph. Let us return to Balzac's sentence. No one, that is, no person, utters it. Its source, its voice, is not to be located, and yet it is perfectly read. This is because the true locus of writing is reading. Another very specific example can make this understood. Recent investigations, J.P. Vernant, have shed light upon the constitutively ambiguous nature of Greek tragedy, the text of which is woven with words that have double meanings, each character understanding them unilaterally. This perpetual misunderstanding is precisely what is meant by the tragic. Yet there is someone who understands each word in its duplicity, and understands further, one might say, the very deafness of the characters speaking in front of him. This someone is precisely the reader, or here the spectator. So, dramatic irony is the thing that Barthes is referring to here. And dramatic irony is not something generated by the author as much as it is perceived by the reader. The characters don't understand it, but whether or not the author understands it, the reader does, I guess. Now, that's not really what he's saying, but it's a related argument. In this way is revealed the whole being of writing. A text consists of multiple writings, so multiple interpretations of the double meaning, issuing from several cultures and entering into dialogue with each other, into parody, into contestation. But there is one place where this multiplicity is collected, united, and this place is not the author, as we have hitherto said it was, but the reader. And the reason that it's not the author is because the author doesn't exist. The reader is the very space in which are inscribed, without any being lost, all the citations a writing consists of. The unity of a text is not in its origin, it is in its destination. But this destination can no longer be personal. The reader is a man without history, without biography, without psychology. He is only that someone who holds gathered into a single field all the paths of which the text is constituted. So, the reader isn't any particular individual either. The reader is more of like a ghost that's conscious of all the factors and inspiration that inspired the writer, not the author. This is why it is absurd to hear the new writing condemned in the name of a humanism which hypocritically appoints itself the champion of the reader's rights. The new writing condemned in the name of a humanism which hypocritically appoints itself the champion of the reader's rights. The reader has never been the concern of classical criticism. For it, there is no other man in literature but the one who writes. We are now beginning to be the dupes, no longer of such antiphrases, by which our society proudly champions precisely what it dismisses, ignores, smothers, or destroys. We know that to restore to writing its future, we must reverse its myth. The birth of the reader must be ransomed by the death of the author. Yes, when he was describing the writing process, it seems like he presented the author's process of writing as a mechanic and detached from the origin of the text. He argued, too, that nothing is original, as in nothing comes from the author. Everything is a reinterpretation of older works. Yes, exactly. The author recollects them on a paper and the reader gives them meaning. Yeah. But then again, the reader is also not a subject, which makes sense because there is no subject that is the author, so of course there is no subject that is the reader. The reader is more of like this this non-human figure. The reader is a man without history, without biography, without psychology. I'll highlight that. Yeah. Okay. That was interesting. I feel like it says so much less about like literary interpretation than it does about the meaning of art in like this age of less subjectivity, like in a postmodern age. Yeah. Okay. Let me check how long we've been going. We've been going for a little under 2 hours. And I still have some time. I just don't have other sources to look at. So yeah, again, I think what I'm going to do next is take some notes. And 1 second. Could that be Yiddish? I have to respond to my mother because The Heart of Darkness. I haven't read Heart of Darkness, but I read Cobalt Red, which also it's like sort of the spiritual successor to the Heart of Darkness because it also talks about Congo and the horrible like conditions there in cobalt mining. Um, and it also references Heart of Darkness a bunch. I'm curious how you interpreted, or how you reinterpreted Heart of Darkness through Death of the Author. Sorry. See. Um, Imran just asked about my ethnicity or the ethnicity of my Russian family. It's pretty boring. It only goes back like 3 generations before it just completely dissolves into like personless peasantry, if you know what I mean. Like the type of people that don't get recorded at all because they're just bodies for the aristocracy. they're like they're slaves basically. Um yeah, and I know even less about my Uzbek heritage, though I suspect it's because I haven't asked. Um like one of my I think my great grandfather who was Uzbek had like a big house and an apple orchard, so he was like relatively well off. Um compared to my maternal family who were peasants basically like 3 generations ago already. And by 3 generations, I mean, yeah, I guess 4 generations, because my mother, my grandparents um, were engineers, and then it gets to the peasants. Yeah, and counting me, it would be 4, but not counting me, it would be 3. Okay. That's why I love socialism because it made transitions like this possible. Um, if if the Soviet Union stayed like the same economically, then I don't know. I would be first of all, I wouldn't exist because there wouldn't be enough like I mean, my father would never leave Uzbekistan. But second of all, if I did somehow exist, I would just be like on a farm with no internet, being like, "Yeah, Russia's the greatest country in the world. Why would I ever need another country?" Okay. Even the book was anti-colonial. A post-colonial study, Chek Chinua Achebe, argues that the text is Eurocentric and dehumanizing Africans. Ooh. So even if the author was anti-colonial, the text can be. That's interesting. Um, yeah, I feel like those things should be described on different axes, right? Like, if, like, the thesis is that colonialism bad, but just because colonialist attitudes are represented through the Eurocentric and like dehumanizing of the victims, the African subjects. Um you know, Farms are cool? No. I'm a city boy. I love not having a car and walking to the grocery store at 11 p.m. and it still being open. I mostly just don't like the countryside because everything closes at like 8 p.m. and I have a terrible, terrible sleep schedule. If I might be able to join soon as things are wrapping up. That's awesome, August. We could review what I've read. Um, in the meantime, I think I'll take some notes. Yes. Okay. So let me read to you guys what I've written so far. If an artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? Can we separate art from the artist at all? I started my research with Kant's critique of judgment, specifically the judgment of the aesthetic. Having never read Kant before, this was very difficult. Please comfort me in the comments. Kant begins by splitting up the faculties with which we can assess beauty: the cognitive / empirical / objective / logical, and the aesthetic / subjective. This is important because this separates different aspects of a representation, namely that which X and Y. I think I know how to fill this in now. That which pertains to the object and that which pertains to the feeling the object produces in the subject. Okay, and then there's the next section. Does the artist LLM status change the work's aesthetic autonomy? Because the art versus artist question isn't settled, this bit will assume that you want to separate the art from the artist. In reality, I think most of us aren't on the extreme ends of this question. There are cases where the context affects the aesthetic content of an artwork for all of us. Still, I think it's unnecessary to complicate things to this extent. In the end, my argument isn't that your stance should lean one way or the other on aesthetic autonomy, but that your stance on humans and LLMs should be consistent with regard to aesthetic autonomy. My main reason for this is that aesthetic autonomy is a quality born by the artwork, or in philosophical terms, the representation. The object, the representation. Yeah, I'll just keep it as the representation, because if there's like the Van Gogh of the hay bales, the object was count as the hay bales, not as the painting itself. We're talking about the representation of the hay bales. You know, this guy. Am I thinking of the Monet, actually? There's a different one that I was thinking of. From fucking, yes! From Baby Einstein. Yeah. Baby Einstein is it's down here. They know. They know. They know where I got this from. Yeah, they would just like fade from black and open up on this picture of the hay bales and play like I was gonna say Da Vinci, Beethoven or something. Some sort of like piano thing. And it was supposed to make us smarter because we were listening to white people shit. This is really beautiful though. I love Van Gogh. Except what the fuck are these ladders? These look very unproportional compared to like the house and everything. Like they look too small. They look like um they're like, I guess, shouldn't we first prove that LLM is an artist before going to the question of separating the art from the artist? Well, I mean, I don't think so. Because I mean, artist is you're assuming, or sorry, you mean that we need to show that AI is a subject, right? But I don't think it needs to be proved that the LLM like created the art because it like physically generates the work. Although perhaps you could credit the generation of the art to the end user, which I think is incorrect, but that could be a point to go over as well. I feel like that would be in a different section though. End user versus LLM. Okay. So here, when I settle this question, I'm going to refer to this case study that I had in my essay that was in the okay, sorry, I got a DM. I'm curious if this is August. Oh, it's Rudyard. Remember to take breaks. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Case study. There's a painting called, not painting, it's an AI image called Théâtre d'Opéra Spécial. Yeah. It's an AI image that won an art competition. One of the first of its kind. And I use the case study of this piece of work and what happened to it because it's so well known online. So after this painting won the competition, artists protested and were like, this painting is AI generated, it's not art, it can't win the competition. But the judges were like, yeah, actually, whether or not we didn't know that it was AI when we received this, but we're gonna decide that this thing deserves to win anyways. That like the fact that it's LLM generated doesn't matter. Yet when Jason Allen, the artist, tried to get this image copyrighted so that he could get like licensing fees for people making merch out of this image, because there is merch. Damn it. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, people are selling like posters. Anyway. Looks like they put it in a museum of some sort. Translate, yes. Hello, by the Mocha Museum, yes. A particularly noteworthy exhibition on AI intellectual thinking. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Yeah, he wasn't able to receive copyright for this because it's LLM generated. Of course, artists had no sympathy for him. They were like, "That's what you get, El Bozo. Shoulda picked up the pencil." But yeah, if he had hand drawn this, he would be able to get the copyright easily. So that's kind of one point in favor of the artist or being the LLM. Also, the fact that the LLM is the one that physically generates the product. Yeah. I'm going to make a new section. Is the artist the LLM or the end user? I might have given I might have given my hand away with like how I would answer this question. But yeah. Anyway, Faraz, does that sort of answer your question? Or did I like read it accurately? Okay, so clearly an artist is the creator of an artwork. This can be, however, an artwork consists of multiple components, which is the physical work or, the digital work. Um, it's the physical work involved in creating the representation. Um, however, um, the idea is also part of the art, which is the argument in favor of the end user being the artwork's creator. And we don't have this very much in artwork. Okay, you can drop the B. Your name is just Faraz. Okay. We'll keep that in mind. Um yeah, okay. So I don't know how this works in artwork or like painting and stuff, but in ghostwriting, um the ghostwritee who's like paying the ghostwriter to write the thing is credited as an author, even though they didn't physically write anything. That is because they generate the ideas and the content, which the ghostwriter or like the ideas behind the content. You know what I mean? Like the events of the story. Um, or they're telling the stories which um the ghostwriter will translate into a more appealing or more like standard writing style. And the artwork consists of multiple. Okay. Still, if people like steal others' ideas, for example, I saw a case online where somebody painted like a portrait and then a photographer replicated that painting with like his own model and stuff. And people were calling for like him to get disqualified in his art competition because he copied the painter's idea. Um, and in the end, yeah, that's what happened. He was disqualified. Um, so it shows that the painter had a degree of authorship in the um, has a degree of authorship in the creation of the photograph, which went unacknowledged and which disqualified the photographer. So the LLM should be treated as a tool like a pen and not the actual writer. That's one side of the argument. I personally think that I mean at this moment I think that uh I don't know, ideas are cheap to me, and oftentimes like even if you have a very particular image in mind, that's not what the LLM is going to generate. um so so yes, you may like prompt engineer. uh you can write out a prompt that's very very specific, but still the actual content is going to be determined by the LLM. So I would be more likely to treat the LLM as the artist rather than the end user. Um, yeah. Although it depends probably. Um, I had one evening where I played around uh with LLMs and like feeding my artwork into it and seeing if I could think of anything useful. to do with it. And I didn't really. I don't think it's copying. He literally used a different medium. A painting of the Liberty statue isn't the same as the photograph of the statue. Um, well, the thing is that the Statue of Liberty isn't original, but the portrait had many elements that would be considered original, like the specific lighting in the background and the looks of the person that were painted. There were some flowers in it that were particular. Um, but the Statue of Liberty is a thing where it's like, um, anybody has access to this. Um, just taking a picture of it tends not to be like that valuable. Photographers need to be able to uh like find something that's worth taking a picture of. That's like 3/4 of the work, I believe. I'm not a photographer. Um but yeah, um I think it's complicated. But I was also sort of like you on the photographer's side. Like, sure, he recreated it, but because it's in a different medium, it's not like, and it's not even like he was a painter and she was the photographer. If he just copied somebody else's photograph as a painter without credit, I would find that kind of scummy. But to recreate a photograph from a painting takes a lot more work and a lot more like original thinking. Because as a painter, you just copy what you see. But as a photographer, you have to take what you see and then you have to transform uh your like environment. You have to find the perfect model and everything. So I do think that there's a little more originality coming from the photographer. Um, yeah, it's complicated. That's why I'm researching. There's like a giant puddle of water underneath my coffee. I'm gonna BRB. The opening shot of the Brutalist was a very creative shot of the Liberty statue. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. I just checked my Discord server. Looks like we need a stream chat channel. Okay. I'll put it in. Yeah, text. Meme commentary. There we go. Alrighty. But yeah, that's a little bit authorship of an whether it's the artist or the LLM is sort of out of the scope of what I was researching today. But thank you for bringing up that question, for reminding me. Yeah, that's definitely something that I'm gonna have to come back to in the future. So for now, I will go back to the first part of my essay. Just as a reminder, we're waiting for August right now, and August might discuss the death of the author with me. I think I'm missing some of the context. Like, I have no clue what literary criticism looks like at this time. Thank you, Kaizen. It's wonderful because then I'll tell people to like. It abbreviates to the PP. Like I'll tell my friend, you should send this in the PP. Actually, my friend, he found an LLM that was designed to read Marx dialectically, and I was like, this sounds like pseudo-scientific nonsense. And then he was like, no, that sounds reasonable. And then a couple messages later, he was like, actually, this article is like 90% AI generated. And yeah, that makes sense with with a title like we made an AI that reads Marx dialectically. Anyway, I told him to send that in the PP because I thought that my entire circle would have a bit of a laugh at this, but he refused. He's too shy. He's too shy, that boy. Okay. Rudyard says, I think it's actually instructive to look for copyright law for this, because even as simple as it might seem, we can't actually attribute authorship to anything created with/by an LLM because it contains too much of other work to be unique. I mean, I don't love this argument because this is true of authors. Like, look at Death of the Author, how this is argued. Another thing is that there's some transformative fair use stuff involved because LLMs don't actually work they don't work by downloading the image. They work by collecting the URLs and the alt text. And URLs and alt text are not really like copyrightable, I guess, or trademarkable. Oh yeah, copyrightable. Okay. This works really well with Kant's framing of fine art, lacking the genius necessary to make it fine art, even if it is beautiful. Fine art lacks the genius necessary to make it fine art, but it is fine art, even if it is beautiful. The lack of fine art or genius implicit derived from the pattern of other artists' work. The art is the pieces stolen by that model. Okay. The thing that makes photographers' picture art is that the genius is in seeing the framing and capturing the world as it is at the time, and the world has no citable creator who will fight you for copyright. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, like you're not going to give the copyright to the stream. Oh, another thing that's relevant is that you need the copyright holder to be a human. Like, remember that monkey that took a selfie in the wild? Yeah, monkey picture, exactly, Rudyard. Um, yeah, the monkey, his name is Naruto, by the way, was not granted copyright because he's a monkey. Sorry, there's more moisture on my desk. More moisture! Yeah, see this paper towel? I have interest in it because it is good. Mink was watching my stream earlier. I don't know where he went. He said he's interested in his broom. Okay. La 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 la. Can we separate art from the artist at all? Yes. Kant argues that aesthetic judgments are disinterested, meaning that we derive no pleasure from the object because of its utility or hedonistic. Wait, hedonity? Is that a word? Bah! I want to say a word for it's for an object's capacity to induce pleasure. For its utility or capacity to instill pleasure. No satisfaction in the object because of its utility or capacity to instill pleasure. Yes. I think that's a good sentence. Kant argues that aesthetic judgments are disinterested, meaning that we derive no satisfaction from the object because of its utility or capacity to instill pleasure. Beautiful objects are neither useful nor pleasurable. Pleasurable, yet they cause us, yet we like them anyways. That's gonna be a simple, dumb way to say the previous sentence. That's gonna be important because the average person will struggle to Kant even more than I did. Okay, so LLMs don't generate images through large language. Well, you could do a vector image or spreadsheet table as pixels kind of thing, it would still have the meaning or relationships extracted from someone else's work. How AI art makes art is a different stream entirely. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to cover that later. I'm probably gonna invite Harry on because he's my LLM guy. Okay, Kaizen said, every time an ad interrupts my experience listening, I just agree more. That's a good one. Okay. Godspeed You is here. Kachoro Coriendo returns. Kaizen. Kaizen plays Overwatch. I have to give him the Overwatch role. And I think all of you guys are Sunday squids, right? All of you guys are Sunday viewers. So I have to give you guys the Sunday squid role. Okay. Passage 4 and 5 from The Death of the Author can really support the LLM side of the argument. Let me check that again. Okay, this is paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, paragraph 4. Okay, the absence of the author. With Brecht, we might speak here of a real alienation. Okay, yeah. So this is about the non-existence of the subject. The author diminishing like a tiny figure at the far end of the literary stage is not only a historical fact or an act of writing, it utterly transforms the modern text, or what is the same thing, the text henceforth is written and read so that it on every level the author absents himself. Time, first of all, is no longer the same. The author, when we believe in him, is always conceived as the past of his own book. The book and the author takes their place of their own accord and on the same line, cast as a before and an after. The author is supposed to feed the book, that is, he pre-exists it, thinks, suffers, lives for it. He maintains with his work the same relation of antecedence a father maintains with his child. Quite the contrary, the modern writer, scripter, is born simultaneously with his text. He is in no way supplied with a being which precedes or transcends his writing. He is in no way the subject of which his book is the predicate. There is no other time than of the utterance, and every text is eternally written here and now. This is because, or it follows, that to write can no longer designate an operation of recording, of observing, of representing, of painting, as the classic writers put it, but rather what linguisticians, following the vocabulary of the Oxford School, call a performative, a rare verbal form, exclusively given to the first person and to the present, in which utterance has no other content than by the act by which it is uttered. Okay, I'm going to highlight the LLM stuff in red. Utterance has no content other than the act by which it is uttered. Something like the I command of kings or the I sing of early bards, the modern writer, having buried the author, can no longer believe, according to the pathos of his predecessors, that his hand is too slow for his passion, and that in consequence, making a law of necessity, he must accentuate this gap and endlessly elaborate his form. For him, on the contrary, his hand, detached from any voice, borne by a true gesture of inscription and not of expression, traces a field without origin, which at the very least has no origin other than language itself, that thing which is ceaselessly questions any origin. We know that a text does not consist of a line of words, releasing a single theological meaning. The message of the author God is a space of many dimensions in which are wedded and contested various kinds of writing, no one of which is the original. Okay. Like Bovard and Pecoche, those eternal copyists, both sublime and comical, and whose profound absurdity precisely designates the truth of writing, the writer can only imitate a gesture forever anterior and never original. His only purpose is to combine the different kinds of writing, to oppose some by others, so as to never sustain himself by just one of them. If he wants to express himself, at least he should know that the internal thing he claims to translate is itself only a ready-made dictionary whose words can be explained, defined by other words, and so ad infinitum, an experience which occurs in an exemplary fashion. To the young De Quincey. Okay, that's a specific example. Succeeding the author, the writer no longer contains within himself passions, humors, sentiments, impressions, but the enormous dictionary from which he derives a writing can no end or no halt. Life can only imitate the book, and the book itself is only a tissue of signs of lost, infinitely remote imitation. Yeah. Okay, and then we're transitioning to a different thing. Thank you, Faraz. I argue that the author actually suggests that not only an LLM not be the artist, but that the person creating art isn't the artist. That is why I say the only intelligent presence in your interaction with AI is yourself, and you're experiencing a metaphysical mirror function. Oh, and that red is painful. I know. It's just the last color that I haven't used. I don't have any other colors. If Barthes argues that even humans cannot be the sovereign originators, then an LLM is even closer to the tissue of quotations than the theological origin. Humans, yeah, that makes sense. The person creating the art isn't the artist. That is why I say the only intelligence presence in your interaction with AI is yourself, and you're experiencing a metaphysical mirror function. Yeah, actually, I like this, but I don't think that it makes, well, still, it's not like Barthes is saying that there is no creator. He's just saying that the author doesn't exist. He's saying there is a writer, there is a scripter. And he's saying that that's distinct from the author. The author to him means like the god figure, who we're hermeneutically like dissecting and interpreting. But he's not saying that the scripter doesn't exist. There isn't like a physical person who created the art. Even though that he's saying that the thing is just a combination of past works of art and like past experiences. I don't think he's saying that art belongs to the past. Okay. I think what he meant is the meaning of art is made by the readers. Even though he minimizes the role of the author, he still has a role as a scripter. Yes, the meaning is created by the reader, not the art is created by the reader. I think there's room for discussion in asking whether or not the scripter is the LLM or the prompter. LLMs can only belong in or draw from the past. Yeah. Well, so can any scripter. That's the point. Mm-hmm. Components. I'm gonna make another heading. Argument here. Not exist as its own distinct entity. Rather, it is a combination of. Ooh, August is free. Pull up. I'm gonna join the. Yeah, I'll just go to streaming chat. And you can join streaming chat in the Pussy Parlor. A book is read by 1,000 different people in 1,000 different books. Andrei Tarkovsky. Yeah. Hey, August.
Hello. I just ate a bunch of cupcakes, so I won't be on full power. But
Oh, I'm jealous.
what's up?
I wish I could have a cupcake right now. Or Georgetown cupcake.
I splurged on like 3 cupcakes at my siblings' little birthday party.
Oh, it's your sibling's birthday.
Oh yeah, I'm a cupcake parasite.
Mm-hmm. Real.
I helped them make them last night though, so yeah.
Oh, wait, I thought when you said you splurged, you meant you bought them.
No, they're homemade, as is everything
Mm-hmm.
that we eat.
Okay.
Anyway,
this is
what are
too
we up
loud.
to?
I'll turn it down. He's at 183% right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on a different headset.
Yeah.
Hello.
Keep talking.
Sorry about that. I can turn my gain down a little bit too.
No, don't touch.
Okay.
You didn't touch it, right?
Talking. Nope.
Okay. I think our levels are approximately similar right now. Say something.
Buddy. Hello.
Okay, I'll turn you up a tiny bit. Okay, 80%.
Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I just finished reading the very first part of Kant's Critique of Judgment, which is about the aesthetic judgments and how they are made through like different parts, different faculties in the mind.
Right.
And have you ever read Critique of Judgment?
I have not.
Okay. And after that we read Death of the Author.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite familiar with that one.
Yeah, that's good. You can help me, I guess, like, see if I'm interpreting it correctly, and maybe offer some context depending on how well you get it. I highlighted a few things in blue, meaning that I needed to ask about them.
Sure. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
So what is the general project that you're researching these for? You said it's for your AI video?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that?
Yeah, it might be separate videos, but the question that I'm trying to answer today is, if the artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? So the first part of the question is...
What does it mean for an artist to be an LLM? I don't know what that means.
Oh, you're the second person that mentioned that. I meant like the physical... That's going to be something that I'll have to cover before that. So whether the end user or an LLM is the artist of an artwork. I meant, but for this case, just imagine that I mean like physical creator.
I still would say that the person putting the prompt is the creator.
Okay.
That's sort of how an LLM works.
Mm-hmm. I guess artist isn't the key word here, but still, it's more like does the AI being part of the creative process like fundamentally corrupt the aesthetic value of the work? Yeah, if the artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? Is just the like pithy way that I decided to put it. But everything's a work in progress.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I'm gonna say right away. I'm not sure that separating the so Death of the Author is not about separating the art from the artist.
Yes, it's not. But actually, there's a completely different part that we found relevant.
Okay.
And it concerns the artist versus end user. Sorry, the LLM versus end user authorship question.
By end user, you mean the person prompting the LLM?
Yes.
Okay.
So Barthes, he argues that meaning cannot be made by a subject because a subject, strictly speaking, does not exist as its own distinct entity. Rather, it's a combination of like stuff from the past.
Sure.
And that works similarly to how an LLM does. An LLM isn't really a subject, it's just a combination of the inputs that were placed into it.
I think that's missing something, but I'll have to think about that.
Yeah. Like I'm highlighting the fact that an LLM is missing subjectivity, but Barthes is arguing that like the
Just be
subjectivity of the author doesn't matter or isn't like a factor.
wait. I think it depends. Okay, can you go to that section in Death of the Author? Because I would, yeah.
Hmm. Sorry. Yeah. So it's these parts that I highlighted in red. We can reread
Oh,
it.
okay.
Okay. So utterance has no content than the act by which it is uttered, something like the I command of kings or the I sing of early bards. The modern writer, having buried the author, can therefore no longer believe, according to the pathos of his predecessors, that his hand is too slow for his thoughter's passion, and that in consequence making a law of necessity must accentuate this gap and endlessly elaborate his form. For him, on the contrary, his hand, detached from any voice, becomes born by a pure gesture of inscription and not of expression, traces a field without origin, or which at least has no origin other than language itself. That very thing which has ceaselessly questioned that thing very that is the very thing which ceaselessly questions any origin. That's not as relevant as like the stuff down here. So the text does not consist of a line of words releasing a single theological meaning, the message of the author God, but it is a space of many dimensions in which are wedded and contested various kinds of writing. Not one of which is original. The text is a tissue of citations resulting from from the thousand sources of culture. The writer can only imitate a gesture forever anterior, never original. His only power is to combine the different kinds of writing, to oppose some by others, so as never to sustain himself by just one of them. If he wants to express himself, at least he should only know that the internal thing he claims to translate is itself only a ready-made dictionary whose words can be explained, defined only by words, and so ad infinitum. The writer no longer
Yeah,
retains within himself passions, humors, sentiments, impressions, but that enormous dictionary from which he derives a writing, which can know no end or halt. Life can only imitate the book, and the book itself is only a tissue of signs.
yes. Yeah, exactly. No, it's when we're talking about words, definitions, writing, we're talking about things in the world of signs, which
Mm-hmm.
is a field of simulacrum, right? Simulacra. Um, so in this case, the author has impulses which become, which sort of get given an expression in writing, but then there's a fundamental break between the impulses and the expression, and then a further break in the translation into words, uh, into something communicable.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so in terms of an LLM, so the reason that the death of the author would be, I guess, interesting for this is that um, meaning is never the property of a subject, right? Either the author or
Yeah, the
the
reader
reader,
isn't a subject either.
right? The reader is receptive to the simulacra working on their impulses, in which they then produce meaning of that interaction, right? So the reader is uptaking the writing
Mm-hmm.
in the way that it affects them, right? As in affectivity, the way that it affects them,
Uh-huh.
and that produces itself sort of a set of impulses, which are then turned into something that makes sense, right? It's made sense of.
So there's that interaction between the objective, so the text, and the subjective, which is the like the feelings that it produces in the subject, and then there's like the
I wouldn't.
metacognitive reflection
I'm curious why
on
you're calling it the objective. I'm not sure I would.
probably because I
Yeah,
just read some Kant where like the difference between the objective and the subjective is key.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah.
That is very Kantian. Um,
Yes. I mean, like the sense, like the physical text, and the way in which the text is interpreted by the eye and translated
right,
into language.
right.
And then from that
Okay.
you get like feelings about the text, which are not not qualities of the text as much as they are qualities of just the relationship between the subject and the object. Something like
Yes,
that.
it's constituted of the relationship between, uh, yeah, the subject and object. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. I feel so much. I feel like I've unlocked a new power this evening. Wow.
What reading Kant does to you.
Mm-hmm. Not just that, just like philosophy in general, and stuff, and like understanding it. Because I read
Yeah,
Twilight and I was like, huh. The way that because the way that he uses I don't know, like irony
yeah,
or I mean I don't know when to take him verbatim. Like when he
yeah,
says
yeah. I mean,
that
he's working with a lot of other stuff in that text.
yeah, he's hard to interpret like as
Oh
a
yeah,
first
yeah, for sure.
philosopher. Not that he's my first philosopher, um, but like the stuff that he's engaging with is stuff that I am not um super into. Like I've never touched Schopenhauer or Hegel. Yeah. Actually I have touched Hegel. Never again. No thank you. Or do you disagree?
Oh, I don't feel strongly one way or another.
Hmm.
I'm
Have you
certainly
read
not a
him?
Hegelian. I've read little excerpts. I don't. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, not much of a Hegel reader.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe at some point.
For us, I think it will be a must to read Joan Baudrillard if you want to expand on the imitation and science part. I don't think I do. Like, I enjoy Baudrillard a lot, but I feel like this isn't gonna be super useful. Or, like, maybe I won't even be able to interpret it in a way that's understandable to the audience. Yeah. Anyway, as I'm thinking now, I feel like, um, what Barthes is saying doesn't really sway the argument towards LLM or towards end user one way or another. It's more so just like a point um about the lack of subjectivity or maybe specifically in meaning construction, but I feel like it's deeper than that. Like he's saying that there is no
Wouldn't really
distinct
call it a lack
subject
of
in
subject.
general.
Yeah, it's a lack of authoritative subjectivity.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe like it's actually sort of a diffusion of the subjectivities that were held as objectivities, sort of like things like the author and the author's interpretation of the text, right? This was seen as some objective marker for what the text means, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When
You had to
when the
learn more
meaning of
about a
the
text, you had to learn more about the author.
right, and if the author makes a claim about a text, that's treated as like canonical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Barthes is saying they're merely a scripture. Once the text is, well, the text, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
meaning is produced imminently. Meaning is produced in the reading of the text. Meaning is not a thing preset into the text by an author. It's not pre-laden. It's produced in the reading itself as a relation between reader and text. And so there can't be a preset meaning because it's produced imminently. It's produced as the part of the
That
reading
makes sense.
process. And the
I
same is
see.
true of something produced by an LLM, where the meaning of, something produced with the use of an LLM. The production of meaning is still always in the reader and the reader's relation to the text.
Understood. 1 second. I need to ask my parents to pick me up by 11 today.
Okay.
Yeah, because the buses stopped running apparently. So the
Red says Death of the Author is like atheism about novelists.
yeah,
Yeah.
I made this
Oh,
point.
do you mind if I read out your comments, Rudd? Or do you care? I don't want to dox Reno.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look at his comments as well.
Hmm.
Okay. I forget who. Someone did a great examination of a lot of machine-generated art. How even spinning buckets are more connected to art and industry.
My semi-reductionist position is that I basically hold two definitions of art, one of which is art as like a tautological grouping, which is art is like art objects, and then you can talk about the cultural production of the artistic object, and that's less so about authorship or how something is produced, and more about like the cultural industry and like the industry of art, as in like what gets to be called art, right? As part of its buying and selling. And then my other definition of art is sort of like I don't really care so much to put a differentiation between art and non-art, and that kind of anything, if you want to call it art, can be art.
Yeah. For me, it's not really about whether it's art or not art, but more about like whether it's beautiful. It's more like a question of like quality and
Yes, exactly.
taste.
Because like someone designs the pattern on a toilet paper square, right? Is it art? By one definition, yes, and I think it's in that expansive definition. It would include a lot of like things that are very what's the right word? But there's not necessarily a lot of investment in terms of aesthetics, right? Even something like no one, very few people are going to marvel at the artistry of a toilet paper rolls pattern.
Right.
It does change the product, and it's literally like a pattern that was designed.
It can still be considered beautiful because it's not useful, and it pleases us despite the fact that it like doesn't have any like hedonistic or utile function.
Right. But then it would not fit the definition of art in terms of art objects unless there was, like, for example, if someone brought a toilet paper roll to an art convention and had a certain level of cultural credentials and connections in a way that allowed that to be produced as an art object, then that toilet paper roll maybe could be an art object, right? Like the whole Duchamp, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the like toilet thing, all that is sort of about, at least my read on that is it's about the production of the sort of art commodity fetishism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Necessarily by the production of a piece of writing through an LLM, the process itself, like how an LLM works, means that the production of any art object is going to be sort of median and based upon a predictable is maybe not the right word, but predicted, I guess, pattern, like, right? Necessarily, it's predicated on a mathematical modeling based upon prior work.
Mm-hmm.
So I think generally stuff produced with heavy use of LLMs is uninteresting art.
Because of how heavily it relies on previous work.
Yeah, because of how much it
Like
is
you mentioned that there's a
reproducing.
mathematical relationship between the concepts, but I don't. But you could also draw it out in the human brain. Like there's people who try to
No.
geometrically. Yes, there's people who try to like geometrically organize information in the human brain. Mathematicians who like study um information in the brain.
You're
And
gonna have to be a little bit more specific about that. But like the
I don't
production
know the
of
research too well, but it's like a presentation that I've seen where somebody was like creating like spatial models for
if you want to talk about that, we're gonna have to basically go to Bergson and Dirac, which is that the mathematical model of finite differentiable time is not the time of the philosopher, I guess. That it goes back to sort of ideas of things like Zeno's paradox and like infinite divisibility.
mm-hmm.
And the Bergsonian answer to this, as I understand it, is basically that there is a continuous synthesis of the present, that it's not that lived time is not something that is calculable and parcelable, I guess, in the way like Newtonian descriptions talk about it, right? Like these things are useful for mathematical models of prediction, but are not an accurate representation of the the synthesis of the present and the way that the past and virtuality are built into that.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I would just heavily disagree with a. So this would get into like hard if you were to take the position that humans cannot that humans are working off of this like hard mathematical thing that's the same as an LLM, you're taking like a very, very heavy determinist position. Like it's not just that And you'd have to basically be able to prove, if you are to then still try to say it's the same as LLMs, you then have to prove that LLMs can use this modeling to come up with something new in the way humans can, which they can't
Mhm.
because of the way that they're mathematically modeled. They take
Yeah.
vast sums of data to um, to produce a modicum or a degree of calculability to median language, things like that, right? That's not really the way humans work. Humans have a tiny fraction of the amount of um, data that's going into them and work through um, organic, interesting, weird processes that we don't
That's
really
true. Like
understand.
consolidation. Um,
Yeah. So you can actually,
Number
I
consolidation.
think, oh, I'm forgetting his name now, but he recently got bought out. Well, I say recently. Several years ago, he got bought out by Google and is like a
Mhm.
crank for AI now. But one of the
Yeah.
guys who helped design, and maybe Red knows this better
Mm.
than I do. One
August, can you
of the
pause for a
guys who
second?
helped
I'm gonna
design.
address the Sunday Raiders.
Oh, okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Mm. Hello, Sunday Raiders. Welcome everyone. George Pendragon, what did we miss? So first we covered the beginning of Kant's Critique of Judgment. Took some notes, annotated it. This is about aesthetic judgment. So like judging something as beautiful as opposed to judging something as useful or pleasurable. Then we read Death of the Author, and highlighted in red, we have these bits that are about the unimportance of subjectivity to the meaning of a work, which is going to influence um, the debate on whether the artist is an LLM or an end user. Or like we're thinking of some alternative words for artist, um, because that word might be problematic. Like we're thinking maybe scripter. uh, but yeah. So we're talking about that, and we're talking about the like aesthetic quality of art created by LLMs versus humans. Um, okay, right now I'm trying to understand a little bit better uh, why August finds art generated by LLMs less interesting than art generated by humans. He brought up something like, um, first of all, LLMs are more like they operate more deterministically, right? Is that the key of what you're saying, Auguste?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh.
Yeah. Specifically deterministically based upon a vast sum of data.
Mhm.
Um, that pushes towards a median predictability. That's how. Um,
Oh yeah, like which call it, like the way that LLMs tend to produce uh the most basic response.
yes.
Okay.
And there
Yeah.
is, of course, a level of range because they try to bake a level of randomness so it's not literally the same response every time.
Hmm.
But this level of randomness does not really produce new things. It produces within a range, like a standard deviation. I'm not claiming it mathematically an actual standard deviation, but this idea of a certain number of standard deviations from a median response based upon the data and the way that the data has been vectorized,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. Did you see the article, or sorry, the paper that I pulled up? Hippocampal spatial representations exhibit a hyperbolic geometry that expands with experience.
I don't see why that would be relevant to the claim made earlier.
Yeah, no. I'm just explaining the fact that people are studying like the mathematical organization of information in the brain. Like you said, you weren't really sure what that
Right. But
means, so I decided to explain.
a mathematical model
Yeah.
um, is still always working with uh, abstraction of like universalities, right? Like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
this person, like, my idea of a car is different from your idea of a car. We can't say the idea of car is mathematically stored in the brain. We can say an
Right.
LLM has a vectorized um,
You mean that the
spatial.
math is anterior to the functioning of the LLM, but the applying math to the brain is it's sort of like
Yeah, process
it's
of
a model. It's
abstraction and
not.
analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. And LLMs don't even work with words, as we know, right? They work with tokens,
Tokens. Yeah.
token vectors.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm pretty sure Harry says that that's a kind of useless distinction. Like LLMs could function with words, it would just be less efficient.
um, sort of. There's stuff that attempted to work with words.
Mm-hmm.
That's older stuff, like Web 3.0 stuff that attempted to work with whole words. Part of the sort of. Um, I think it matters for the way that understanding how these uh, either way that these calculations are not really, they're not ever working from an understanding or a whole concept, right? They're working from a mathematical placement based upon the data of how that word appears relative to other words, right?
Sorry, say that last part again. I was reading what Rudd said.
Oh, yeah. The way that they're vectorized is based upon a vast amount of data where that word appears next to other words. But of course, it's not generally working on, or it's not necessarily working on whole words. So it's how these sequence of characters that they've tokenized is appearing relative to other series of characters that have been tokenized.
Mm,
It's not conceptual. It's a mathematical relation.
yeah. I guess just what keeps like tripping me up is this distinction between the mathematical and like what is said to happen in the brain because like yes, it's not like our brain like deterministically follows a mathematical model, but also to say that um it's irrelevant seems a little wrong. Or it's like um not scientific.
Sorry, what's irrelevant or what's not irrelevant?
The yeah, like you keep saying it's not mathematical, like the way that the brain works, and that that's tripping me up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Padre asks, "Is physics mathematical?" And I mean, I would say so because physics is consistent.
Yeah. Physics is a realm of um, models of explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Is the brain physics? Uh,
The
the
brain
brain is the brain.
operates according to the laws of physics.
The brain can be analyzed through the laws of physics. Yes.
Yeah, that too.
It's a the physics is a model of how things work based upon a realm of, you know, science where you have
Mm.
experimentation and interaction, and then you build models based upon that. A model, the map is not the territory. The brain is not physics. The brain can be analyzed according to the relationships of physics,
Mm-hmm.
which is very,
We're
very
getting into
useful.
sort of like a Humean thing here. Like we believe that physics is like a perfect explanation for how the brain works, but we don't have like any. Um, but what you're implying here is that physics is like incomplete for explaining the brain, or for
Mm,
or for just like
incomplete. I'm not sure
like
what that would mean.
equivalating, equivocating between physics and um, the actual behavior of the brain.
Well, I guess Kant would be the operative thing here. Actually, it's the difference between phenomena and noumena. It's the difference between the thing in itself
Mm-hmm.
and the ways that we access experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, yeah. Padre says so. It's a vector simulation of sensory data, somewhat like the LOM. I don't know how you're getting that. You're making leaps that don't make sense. Why would the brain be a vector simulation?
Yeah, I don't know what a vector simulation is exactly.
I don't think that the vector simulation would even be proper wording for an LLM. It's uh, a vector
Yeah,
model.
like
I don't know.
I
Transformer
can see
architecture
why
uses
one might say that the
vectorized
brain like
tokens.
simulates experience, because like there's a distinction between perception
It
and
doesn't simulate
sensation, for
experience,
example.
though. Experience is the thing produced,
Yes.
but experience is not the thing in itself.
Mhm. It's a physical model based on vectors. Is that so? That's what you mean by a vector simulation? Uh,
No, that's yeah.
that also seems like not quite right wording. Um, I'm also not.
I think
I've
that here
only
they're
read like a
attempting to
couple
refer
of
to the brain.
explanations. Yeah, I'm tempted to pull up my my initial AI essay that I wrote in 2024. The nerves experience, the brain simulates. No, because the brain is full of nerves. There's no that's not like how the gap works.
Also, it's not what
Rather,
that's
um
also not what experience means. That would be saying the nerves are the subject, which
kind of,
is
yeah, I think I would probably agree. Experience is like perception rather than sensation. So in neuroscience, we have a gap between sensation and perception. Sensation is like physically the interaction in between the stimulus and um the neuron. So for example, high temperature, your heat receptors activate. That's perception. Um, sensation. Sorry, that's sensation. Perception is the experience like in your brain.
yeah,
Your
because for
recognition of
example,
the hotness.
yeah. So if you were to, for example, like here's a very simple thought experiment. You
Yes,
can
the
have
spinal cord is
like
preconscious.
an fMRI or an EEG, and it's like uh, you can say like when these sections of the brain light up, we've correlated this very strongly with the experience of heat. But you can't then go and analyze a person's brain and say these parts of your brain are lighting up, you're experiencing heat. It doesn't work the other way around, right? You can say that there's a correlation between the experience of heat and an analytical recording of certain patterns, but you're always working from the representation of the avowal of experience, right? The person um, giving a certain understanding of the thing being experienced.
Mm. Okay, so here's the sensation versus perception thing, except for there's one thing that's a little bit wrong here. All of our color cells are in the fovea, or in the middle of the retina. So only the central spot of the tree would have color. Everything else would be black and white. And then our brain translates, first of all, it turns it upside down, and then it also combines the like all the wiggles that our eyes make around the entire image to combine the colors and layer them together.
Doesn't always, if you're sick.
Yeah,
um,
that's to be expected.
yeah.
Also, this doesn't look like a human brain. Why is the spinal cord going in this direction. It's more like a rat brain. Okay.
I would also maybe contest with calling what your eye does seeing. Seeing would be the interrelation between sensory affect with then translated into experience. I don't know that I would call what the eye does like does a mirror see then? Because a mirror reflects light and can uptake light. Like I don't know. It's
Well, yeah, the mirror
the
reflects
language
light
always
but doesn't uptake light.
sure.
What you might be referring to is like, just because I don't know, like a shirt, it absorbs light. Does it see?
right.
But
And you can do the same thing with a light
that's
sensor.
a little bit false
light...
too, because you already have levels of processing that occur at the retinal level with retinal ganglia.
Right.
Like if we had no I don't know, if we didn't have the brain, we would still be able to interpret sight to some degree.
Yeah, but so can a machine that senses light.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like people are familiar with the
Like I guess a
brains...
camera is a good example. Does a camera see?
Right.
We would say no, probably because it can't interpret, because it doesn't have those like other parts of the brain.
Well, yeah,
that
because it's
exist
not
to
produced
support
an
vision.
experience.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the interrelation between the affect on the senses synthesized into experience.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Padre, you're close, I think. The experience is not simulated by the brain. Produced is a better word. The experience is produced by the brain based on raw sensory information, abstracted, I wouldn't say abstracted, transmitted through the nervous system. Yeah, that's close, though.
You're throwing in a bunch of words there that don't add much. What do you mean by it? Information isn't abstracted.
Yeah. It's just transmitted.
Yeah, transmitted. You could maybe say like translated or interpreted. I would maybe be cautious with even the word interpreted. I think translated would actually probably be the best. Translated.
It's translated. It depends on the level, because there's neurons that just directly pass the information, and then there's neurons that take input from separate like presynaptic neurons, and then the response will change based on like the population of inputs that it's receiving.
Yeah, but even like for example, what the senses do, I think you could call like a form of translation. I mean, you could call what a camera does also a form of translation, but the translation is then
that, yeah. Are nervous impulses abstractions? No. Let's Google the definition of abstraction real quick.
Okay, I think this is enough with Padre. I think this is going to go on for a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
existing in thought or as an idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence. Wait, give me the verb. To consider something theoretically or separate from something else. Yeah, it's entirely like post.
An abstraction is a generalized concept.
Yeah. To extract or remove something. Abstract.
I mean, you could say. I think you could say the nervous system is abstract. You're always working from abstractions when you have ideas of particular things. For example, the idea of the brain is an abstraction because there's only particular brains, and
you're like splitting
and the
it up, and you're
the
saying,
splitting up of,
and you're turning it into a concept. Like there's rules for what makes up a brain, and there's exceptions, and like your brain and my brain are both brains, even though they're different from each other.
Right. And not only are they different, but then there's also an abstraction to, like, even if you're doing abstraction in a particular thing, the designation of one part of existence from everything else is always also an abstraction. It can be an abstraction based upon uh, felicitous relations, like, for example, that the edges of your body have like a particular like consistency uh, is helpful, right? It's still an abstraction.
Sorry, what are you saying about the edges of the body having a felicitous sensation?
Oh, just that like we could say that there are relations that are affects that produce impressions um, that can lead to something like the edges of an object being a thing that's intelligible to you. Like you feel the edges of a rock. There's a certain consistency to it. It's an abstraction. It's an abstraction based upon a certain set of relations of, for example, the the texture and consistency of the rock, being able to move the rock as one object among others, etc. Things like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, also as a reminder to viewers, if you want to call in to discuss this question, you have to join my Discord server. The link is in the description. And yeah, let me know in chat, I guess, if you want to. Because otherwise you'll surprise me, and then I'll scream and I'll fall off my chair, and then you'll have to pay for my hospital bills.
Richard, you should probably make whatever channel you're streaming in not accessible to people who just join.
I think it's fine
Okay.
because this channel is multi-purpose. Yeah, it's also like, I don't know, it's not too big of a deal. People will just interrupt it and
Sure.
say hi. Um. Okay.
Did Red have anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, Red said a lot.
Yeah, Red said
I
there's
kind
no
of.
simulation in LLMs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um,
Bravely wearing a graphic tee with an LLM can never produce its own subjectivity. Yeah.
Red says, so camera can't see, but webcam can. I think we covered the discourse enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how we're talking about seeing. But,
Mm-hmm. And
I
really,
think people use this
the key
language, especially
distinction
with
is interpret like experience and the other parts of the brain.
right. People use this, for example, you can say a text to speech is speaking. That's true, but
Mm-hmm.
also there are
It's not
ways that people
expressing
do
its
this.
own will or its own like
Right.
self.
There's not a subjectivity in interrelation with signs of, aka words, being uh, expressed in that relation. So this happens a lot with LLMs, where you can use a word like speaking or writing, and in people's experience, that's going to be associated with certain things, like a person attempting to express that are not going to be the case with an LLM.
Kaizen says Chinese room. Yes, that's a
Yes.
good example.
For a fellow like me, that's just a room.
I'm convincing Harry to come on.
No, don't. Please don't. I don't want to. I don't want to argue with Harry.
Oh yeah,
That's going
don't
to be
argue with
living life.
Harry. I'll send you away.
What? No.
No, just behave. Be nice. I've been having to. Okay. My dearest Harrison. My dearest Harrison, and his last name. Dearest Harrison, to provide your expertise. I'm very good at speaking politely. And sweet talking my friends into doing terrible things for me. Okay, he says give me 5 minutes, I need to take out the trash. Okay, awesome. Ah! Dear Harrison, last name. The people of the world need your expertise in LLMs and synthetic thought. The discourse will be pleasant and professional. Please respond post haste. Sincerely, a chatter who's too afraid of being perceived to join voice. Perfect. Oh my god, I finished this. My McDingles.
Sorry, you're what?
I finished my
What?
McDingle coffee. I have to
I
get
don't know what that
myself
is.
some tea.
Okay.
While we're waiting for Harrison last name to come on.
Why are we bringing Harry on?
I think we've sort of settled our discussion. So we're gonna see what he thinks. He knows a lot more about like how LLMs work and how they like make shit. So he can give us more like dimension to the conversation.
I guess I'm curious how relevant that level of detail is. Because, I mean, we can... Yeah, I guess it depends on how in the weeds you want to get. Because I don't really think that that's necessary for the conversations that we're having.
Yeah, it's just that the technical stuff will impact the like more philosophical concerns, right?
Yeah, but we've talked about the technical stuff to a
But
degree.
we want to make sure that the
Like, it
technical
depends.
stuff is correct. I want to be very careful about that because people who know the technical stuff get really annoyed and really hangry about people getting it wrong or oversimplifying things. Like Mink, for instance, was like, "You're gonna get the technical stuff wrong, and I'm gonna disagree with you, and I'm gonna unsubscribe from your channel."
We love Mink.
Translation: it's gonna be content.
Aren't
Yeah, that's right, random. Grusha! She took my chair. Cat cam.
Hello,
Hello, is that you?
it is me, Harry.
Hello. Oh no, we don't. Oh. I think that if this were the other conversation, he would be really helpful. Which convo? I forgot. Okay, anyway, we're dealing with this stream with two questions. First of all, the original question, which is if the artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? And the second question is whether the artist is the LLM or the end user, which I think you would have some good input on.
Okay. So if the artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist? And if the what was the second question?
The second question is the artist the LLM or the end user?
Okay. What have you guys said so far?
Okay. So the first part, what is an artist? We talked about that a little bit. So the artist is the creator of an artwork, but an artwork consists of multiple components, from like the physical work involved in creating the product to the idea behind it, or like the I guess the like intellectual content, like the subject of the representation. Like putting that together. We talked about some.
Are we? Sorry. Are we talking about art purely as in visual art, or as in like generally like any like piece of like culture?
I think any piece of culture.
Okay,
I
sure.
haven't really limited it necessarily.
Yeah. Have you? Because I know I talked about the ways that I generally talk about art. Are you? What is your definition of art that you're working with here?
I don't have one.
That seems
But
important.
it would go with a big part of art is like the not Bergsonian. Who's the guy? Who's the other guy? The non-productive expenditure guy.
Bataya?
Bataille. How do you know that?
Because Imran knows like 2 or 3 like semi-Marxist guys, and he lobs them at me.
In DMs?
No, in that one conversation.
Oh wait, now I remember. You're right. You're right. That did come up.
Okay, well, I mean, I recently read an art history book because I was traveling and I wanted to be more educated.
Mm-hmm.
And the definition that E.H. Gombrich gives is that there is no art, there are only artists.
Okay, interesting.
I guess you would say he's kind of a conservative. I don't know. This is me having read this one book and kind of regurgitating it, so,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I think what he means by this is basically, like, for most of art, the point was not to, like, produce capital A art, right? It was, like, to like, you know, promote the church, or to do portraits of rich people. You know, there
The
were
aesthetic sensibilities are a means of conveying something.
Mm-hmm.
Say again?
The aesthetic sensibilities are the means of conveying a message, such as like the grandeur of the king, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I bring this up in one of my original AI art essays. I'm gonna read a tiny bit.
Sure.
Social commentary and research have always been one of the many goals of art. Medieval Christian art explained social issues to the illiterate populace, and Andy Warhol's pop art satirizes commodity fetishism, while Leonardo da Vinci's anatomy studies revolutionized physiology, and Shakespeare's Julius Caesar remains an academic source.
I mean, I think you're conflating different functions there, right?
Yeah, there's
Because,
two different ones. There's
like,
the research stuff and the I guess I put social commentary, but that's not really
well, the point
the truth.
Michelangelo's art was not to like convey human anatomy. It was like more the other way around. He studied anatomy in order to render the human body more realistically, right? He was like imitating the old masters of like the Greeks, right? Who like chiseled like perfect human forms with abs and dicks, right?
Hmm.
And then you're also, I feel like you're confusing the. Well, I mean, I guess it's two sides of the same coin, but like the didactic purpose of religious art is convey uh, the biblical stories to like illiterate peasants versus like social critique, which is like a different thing, Anyways, this is. I feel like we're getting.
Yeah, I find pretty much none of these definitions of art very satisfactory, to be honest, including
Yeah.
including the one about authors or the Bataille one. I have issues with both, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyways,
that's why I mentioned.
The
I don't
Bataille
think
one
that you can.
relates to Tolstoy's. I think he wrote an essay um about what art, like the use of art is, and he says
it,
that artists could be like working in the fields, um, and yet they're
Yes, but that
not.
doesn't mean that it's non-productive. There's stuff being produced in the production of art, and even if we're going to
Yeah,
talk
I think
about on
that's
the
his
level of like,
point. He's saying that art needs to like justify itself constantly.
anyways, all this is to say is that the Gombrich's like whole point is that like throughout most of history, what we call art was not like meant to like deliberately like be novel or to like shock or to like provoke, right? And then as soon as this became like the point of art, like
Hmm.
after Impressionism or so, it kind of became like this like weird like self-referential like black hole,
Hmm.
And
Postmodern.
yeah, like I don't know anything about postmodernism. Maybe so maybe someone's gonna say like, oh well, clearly this is your stupid uneducated opinion. But like even like a layman can like see like something's gone wrong here, right?
Gone
what do you mean
wrong.
by it's gone wrong? I'm
Like
not sure I would agree with that.
the self like I think the way that Gombrich puts it is like the critics become like incapable of saying anything is like not interesting because
I don't
like
think that that's true. Critics say that things are
rapidly.
uninteresting all the time.
Well, I don't know, he was writing in like the '60s or whatever, so
Yeah, but I mean, to me, this just sounds like, and forgive me for commenting on something I haven't read, but it sounds like a conservative griping about like art these days. I don't
sure.
know.
I mean, it is conservative, but I think if you like ask like the layperson like what they think of like modern
Wait,
art.
why are we relying on the opinion of a layperson?
I don't know. I'm a layperson. I guess in your like definition, art has to be like there needs to be like some level of art
I don't think
education,
I've
right?
given my definition in this, at
Okay,
least.
Yeah,
well, sure,
artist is just being a critic.
sure.
I talked earlier with Richard. I don't think art can be really. I don't think art can have one coherent definition. I tend to work with two, which
Too.
is the production of the artistic object, which is sort of like the cultural thing around the idea of art. So it's like this would be like the classic thing of like
Oh,
art
but that's
galleries.
circular, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is circular, but that's okay because it's the circularity is the production of the category as such. For example, art catalogs, art sales, the production of art, qua art, etc. This is what people are normally talking about when they're talking about art, like whether or not something is art. This is what they mean, right?
Right, but
Whether something is
that's
go ahead.
Gombrich's point, right? Is that for the vast majority of history, art is not produced like qua art, right? It's produced as a like a victory arch or a theological thing or it's like some kind
I
of
think art is the wrong phrasing. I guess the production is when I say qua art, I mean the idea that it is being culturally considered art. Like maybe they wouldn't have called. So we're working with a different sort of cultural discourse than older or different definitions of something like art. Or maybe they wouldn't have even.
Here's a question: Is a video game art to you?
Well, this gets into my second definition of art, which is
Sure,
that
sure.
I really consider there not to be much of a distinction between art and non-art in human production. So my answer is sort of like, depending on how you want to consider it, anything can be considered art.
Okay, well, I mean,
just any.
come on.
Well, no, that's why I said you need two definitions. One is the production of the category of art as like a cultural differentiation, and then the other is any expression can really be expressive, right? Anything can be expressive.
But then I guess you could. I don't understand why you need those two in particular. Oh, is it Sure Shot here?
Surprise!
Hello. Are you gonna plug your Emily Wilson video?
I wasn't planning on it, but I mean, I can if you want to.
Yeah, we have a lot of GSL viewers here, so go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm working on a video essay that's in one part a response to Emily Wilson's treatment of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. On the other part, a critique of the way that reviews like Emily Wilson's of things that are, ostensibly supposed to owe some kind of debt to some kind of previous work, some kind of previous artistic work or cultural fact, are themselves not standalone critiques and are themselves actually a produced phenomenon that's very very contemporary with our mass media culture, and is not as it's not this well-considered expertise that it gets cast as most of the time. And that is dealt with in a way that it's pertaining to a lot of Jean Baudrillard's critique of mass media culture and also of anthropology. At least it bears on how we deal with media. So.
Oh, also,
Hopefully.
I have to talk to Mink for a second. He's in chat. Rudyard was calling you in my server, a couple of minutes ago. You might want to check that out. Sorry, continue, Shirtron, if you had more to say.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, hopefully that's going to be done pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might need one more day to finish writing it.
Yeah, you have
Hopefully.
a good draft.
Oh, so you actually read it? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I still thought that it would needed more of the intro, even though like I know all the context. I feel like you want to get your facts straight for the reader. Sorry, for the viewer.
Yeah. Part of the problem is that I don't want to linger on that too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
give
I
yourself
don't.
like 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I don't want to make it like a YouTube call out thing
Mm-hmm.
where somebody just goes through and just like nitpicks through like every single thing somebody said wrong.
You want to have like the larger commentary. Oh, is Sure Shot still there?
Stuff like what's
Oh, you just cut out.
generating.
You cut out for a long time. But I said you
Oh, I'm
wanted to
sorry.
have like the larger commentary, not just comment on Emily Wilson.
Yeah, just repeat just to make sure that I didn't leave any that I didn't get it all cut off. I don't want to linger too much on just sort of like a call out style thing where you just sort of clip chimp all the little things that somebody gets wrong about something and just sort of make like a glorified summary basically of everything that's wrong with somebody's review or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to give a general overview of the surface level things that they get wrong in a review to introduce people to the idea of how is this general misapprehension of the movie being generated? Where's that actually coming from? And it's not just a simple oh somebody just had a divergent a normal divergent opinion. They went to the movie, they saw the movie, and they just had they just saw something different through their subjective lens. Unfortunately, it's just not that simple. um, and that's what the rest of the essay is going to be about. So I want to get to that part um, as quickly as possible because that's the thrust of the video, not the oh, this is how Emily Wilson is totally wrong. I'm going to own her so hard, like that kind of thing.
Yeah. A lot of actually argumentative pieces will start with like a case study. Like
Yeah,
what
Emily
happened with
Wilson is
Emily Wilson.
basically the yeah, Emily Wilson is basically the case study for something much bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and telling a story is actually a good hook for the beginning of your video. So it can work with exactly what you're trying to do. I'm saying, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, is there anything you wanted to say in particular when you joined on the like
Oh,
AI art
I
stuff or definition of art?
yeah, I mean, I saw your uh title that Roland Barthes is involved.
Mm-hmm.
It reminded me that I read his Camera Lucida a long time ago because I've been into photography for a long time. And I was introduced to it actually by a very old friend of mine who kind of got me into photography in the first place back in like oh god, that was like 2009 to like 2012. Like we were good friends, and um, he was into Roland Barthes. Roland Barthes was one of the people he was into a lot, and he was kind of like uh, I would say kind of like a social democrat, kind of like an enlightened social democrat. Definitely not a Marxist, but he would like he would read Jacobin and stuff like that back when like we would have thought of Jacobin as sophisticated back then in like
Mm-hmm.
2012. Of course, now we know it's garbage, but
This is a
Yeah, back
journal,
then,
right?
Jacobin.
Yeah.
It's a magazine.
Okay,
It's a
yeah.
like a social democratic magazine, basically. But yeah, so he introduced me to Roland Barthes, and I read Camera Lucida shortly after that, and I know almost for an absolute fact that I have a copy of Mythology somewhere. And I was just looking for it because you reminded me of the fact that I've had it for so long, and I never wound up reading it,
Hmm.
and now I can't find it, and it's kind of pissing me off. But
Yeah, much
yeah,
earlier in
Roland
the
Barthes.
stream, somebody reminded me of Freud's Civilization and Discontents, and I wanted to grab it, but I had lent it to Imran.
The book thief.
Yeah, basically, he still hasn't started it.
I could see Imran like owing like 20 different library books.
Hmm. Yeah,
and never bringing them back.
he reads fast, but he reads like too broadly. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very broad and deep. I don't know. He's pretty rare combination. I mean, usually people tend to be one or the other. Like they have a very
Hmm.
narrow.
Okay, sorry.
Uh,
I have like stuff to do. I mean, not like stuff to do, but like can we like get a bit of a move on?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I'm
for
sorry
sure.
if I was interrupting something in procession. That's go ahead.
Hmm.
I mean, you guys can wrap it up. I'm just like, like I'm not
Yeah,
just gonna
no,
like.
we kind of went on a tangent, and we don't have to sit here and glaze in Ron.
Yeah, we can always do that
Get
later.
back
That's
to
fine.
the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I kind of forgot where we were though. We were talking about having like two definitions of art and what it is. Oh, and I actually I remember I had something to say. Um, like what defines art, I feel like often is defined by what is allowed to be in a museum. Like there's this institutional quality to it, and that applies both to art, like modern art that's made in the present, but it also applies to artifacts from the past.
I think that would be August's former definition.
So it's what's allowed to be in a museum, but also what's allowed to be sold as art as well,
Mm,
right? Like if someone's doing commissions, for example. Um, it gets back to this idea of art as a category that's being produced in a set of like institutional and economic relations, right?
mhm.
And so what is or isn't art is going to, in by that definition, the only reason I really care about the second definition is basically that if someone asks me whether I consider something art, I kind of shrug and say I don't really care. But I'm not necessarily married to it. I just don't really, I don't really care to
Something
differentiate
is art,
between.
then
Are
why
you
are we asking these questions, right?
Sorry, what was
why
that?
are we asking these questions?
Well, like if we don't really care whether something can be considered art or not, then why do we ask like is AI art or what is the question? Like if the artist is an LLM, can we separate the art from the artist, right? Or is the
Yeah.
artist like if it's not
I wouldn't
if we
necessarily agree with Richard's framing on some of those.
okay,
Mm.
sure.
Again, I told this to August earlier, but a more accurate way to phrase the question might be if the use of an LLM in the process of creating an artwork um, can impact its aesthetic quality. Not so much like
Right.
whether it is defined as art, but like, yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, we don't have to stick precisely to the questions. We can kind of like float. But
Yes, of
okay,
course.
I grant August that there's two like reasonable definitions. One is like the institutional one, and the other is like anything made with like some level of craft or intention or an eye to the aesthetically or auditorily pleasing or whatever, can be considered art, right? Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
think
part of the reason that this definition, and like I said, I don't really care where the border is drawn on that. Like, is the feces that you produce out of your diet that you curated a kind of art? Sure, I don't really care either way, because I don't. That's not the question that I'm interested in. I'm interested more in how the production of meaning is happening in the relation between objects and subjects as they're experiencing them, right?
Yeah, though it's
By the
not so
way,
much meaning that we're concerned with as much as it is like aesthetic quality or value.
by the way, is anybody familiar with Walter Benjamin? He
Not
has a
as much as
lot
I'd
to
like to
say
be.
about this.
Unfortunately,
I think that
though.
that'd be helpful.
Like that is like the big magnum opus on this topic.
What's the work called? Do you know?
The work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction.
Oh yeah.
We should do at least excerpts from that for this at some point.
Yeah, perhaps
Yeah,
in
you
another
definitely
time.
need to address it. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. So Harry, what we were also wondering is of the technical details, the in the way that LLMs work has any impact on these questions, like the authorship question, for example.
Can you be more specific?
I don't know. It's something that I've encountered a couple of times. Like, okay, I think earlier in the conversation we stumbled upon a question where we were like, is what AI produces like very deterministic? Yeah, like of course there's some randomness induced in so that it doesn't produce the same output every time it gets the same input, but um is the output produced deterministically, and would this be distinct from
Well,
like a human?
I have some thoughts on that, but I'll let somebody else
sure.
go first.
So
Yeah.
I think you're asking the wrong question, right? So the answer is no. It's not deterministic, but that's different from whether it's interesting, right? And so really in machine learning, when we talk about it like it's called a model, right? A large language model, because it models probabilistically what is in this case like language, right? And so formally an LLM is an instantiation of like some like probabilistic object. So no, it's not deterministic, except if you fix like a random seed. The more interesting
Okay.
question is the more interesting question is whether the outputs are interesting, and it's not like constitutively no, but
What do you mean by constitutively no?
like it's not like no because a machine learning model cannot produce anything interesting.
Okay.
But currently, the way that these models are trained, I can't speak to the image generation models. I don't know very much about this, but specifically with an eye to the language models, they're trained on very heavily on math and coding tasks and verifiable tasks, right?
Mhm. So not on like creative things.
Um, I can't say. There's a lot of secret sauce that's like hidden.
It depends on what you mean by trained on, like in terms of how the outputs are evaluated is heavily based upon performance on math and coding related tasks. I think that that's fair to say.
Oh, okay. So like whether the thing is well trained is determined by if it
No,
performs
no,
correctly.
no, 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 no. Sorry. Listen, this is my field, so I know this very well. At least the parts that aren't like secret sauce, right?
Okay.
The models in the last like year or two, most of a great deal of the improvements in the models have been driven by what's called reinforcement learning, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so reinforcement learning is you reinforce the model when it does something good,
Oh, what
and then
does
you
reinforce mean in this context? Because
like you literally it's very crude, at least in these specific instantiations of the algorithms. Basically, you tell it, I'd like you to solve this math problem,
uh
and then it tries to solve the math problem like 100 times, and then you pick the examples that it successfully solved the problem and upweight them, um, and everything else is downweighted. And you can imagine the the space of the model which is like good at solving problems is relatively small. So and you're kind of like continuously upweighting this particular part of it. I'm speaking very like metaphorically here, and there's
mhm.
also not really a good way to talk about this. But basically, it leads to a really strong collapse in um, diversity of the model
It
outputs.
gets narrowed, yeah.
Yeah, um, because of the heavy focus on verifiable um, math and coding tasks.
Yeah, I don't
Uh,
know if something got lost in what I was saying, but that's what I was alluding to as well. Was
yeah,
Wouldn't
that
this narrowing
the evaluation is based upon their performance on uh, like coding and math tests
um wouldn't this narrowing
and the retraining. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
wouldn't this narrowing trend towards the opposite of a not deterministic outlook on the output?
It depends on your definition of deterministic.
Yeah,
Here,
that's kind of what I was wondering. What do you mean by not deterministic?
probabilistic isn't
I mean,
necessarily. Yeah, probabilistic is not going to be necessarily the same thing as deterministic when we're talking in
Yeah, they're
the language of
opposite
math.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, probabilistic means
um,
non-deterministic.
yes. I mean,
Well, there's
the question is
deterministic.
never like
Well, there's
the question is never.
deterministic, and then there's
Wait, Srisha,
predetermined, right?
So in this case, I would consider deterministic to mean it's a fixed function of the inputs with no randomness.
A one-to-one input-output would be fully deterministic, right?
Uh, yes, that's a bijection, which is sorry, it's not exactly the same thing. Like a map that maps everything to zero is deterministic, but it's not a one to one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my language was a little sloppy. What I meant is that every input has only one output. That's what I meant by one-to-one. But I know that's not the.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. Which is of course not true for LLMs. The point about determinism in more in like specifically like philosophical language is more about the ways that things are following discrete steps versus sort of indiscrete processes, right?
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah,
I think
I'm
and then there's
more speaking to
also
Richard to explain why there's a little bit of discrepancy in language.
Sorry, what?
Oh, but the reason I think why there's a bit of confusion over language is math uh, determinism is a little bit different than I think what Shershot and I were talking about, which is the way that it can be.
Yeah,
Um,
philosophical determinism is talked about completely differently from this. I would say that the understanding of determinism that scientists and mathematicians have is more like colloquial, right? Because we don't discuss it um, in our field involving like our techniques and stuff.
sure,
Yeah.
I don't have a strong comment on that, but yeah, whether it can be sort of mathematically accounted for in discrete, calculable um, sections versus not is more what I was attempting to speak to earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that you
Not
specify
necessarily whether it
steps
has
is
a
sort of unusual to me. Or I don't necessarily disagree with it though.
okay, gotcha. I have to go to dinner, um, but I might be able to hop on later.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, thanks for coming. See you.
yep. See August. Could I introduce a bit of a potential wrench into the topic, perhaps?
how long is this going to take?
Just a second.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
Literally a
no,
few
just
sentences.
sure.
Um, so in the discourse about, what is the quality of the art that an LM outputs versus what a human can make. It seems that one of the linchpins in the discourse is the idea that the LLM is working with a finite model that's based on samples it has taken and incorporated into itself, whereas a human has experiences with outside of themselves that are not within the model, so to speak. And so the idea is not so much that humans are more original or whatever, and LMs are not or whatever, but um, that there is a significant difference potentially um, between a subject having an experience and producing something versus uh, something that from outside of itself that is not that is not set up in advance, so to speak, versus an LLM where everything is sort of already pre-incorporated. And sure, there is a probabilistic process going on, but it is a kind of a mean. It's like an averaging of like a data set that goes on inherently in that process.
Yeah. So that gets to a point, or one of the kind of the thing I was trying to get to. If you don't mind me taking it from here.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. So, anyways, the thing about the reinforcement learning is that it's kind of only the last phase in what is like kind of a pretty long chain of like like sequentially beating the model into like being able to provide useful outputs, right? Because originally what you have is this gigantic undifferentiated model which learns to predict the next text, right? And so necessarily, it's actually very, very good at figuring out like what kind of a text is this, right? And then to continuing from there, right? Um, and so I wouldn't say that. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Like, I think we're really only like we're at the very infancy of this technology. Um, and so I think any attempt to locate like the inability of LLMs to produce art, whatever, in the technical details, isn't going to like ultimately like fail, right? Um,
Hmm.
and
Because the
ultimately, like,
technology might evolve and then the definition would have to change.
right, the technology evolves, and at the core of it, like, machine learning is about like learning to create models which have particular properties. And I'm far from convinced that there's not like a machine learning model out there which like emulates the human brain very well, right? Obviously, like, we're nowhere near that currently, but like you see what I'm saying, right?
In
Um,
general, yeah.
yeah, and so like I think the question of like all I can really say is that yes, currently like machine learning models are fairly like mode averaged and kind of everything blended together.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is like I think this is what Sure Shot was kind of saying, and I was thinking about this a little bit too. Is that humans are very we humans are much more sample efficient than LLMs, but we're also much more biased, right? In the sense that like the human brain is like an engine for like making kind of low sample size extrapolations, right, based on or the very little amount of data that we get in through our eyes, right? Which is puny compared to the amount of data that an LLM sees, right, or any kind of machine learning model sees. Um, and so I think one of the reasons that you currently don't see LLMs outputting like very interesting stuff is one, because humans are so like high variance, right? Um, if you raised every human like watching the same shows, um, or like the same TikTok feed or whatever, reading the same books with the same parents, right? There probably wouldn't be that much originality or diversity in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, that's my spiel.
Yeah,
I
and we
don't know.
need that because we need the diversity in artwork because
Yeah,
subjects are or like the readers are so different.
yeah. Um, but I don't know. There's also like weird corners of like the model like input spaces, right, where you can poke it and prod at it, and it's not like trained super well, and it produces some like really like bizarre outputs, right? I don't know, like, anyways, back to the art question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is there any like questions you want answers, but so I don't have like well formed thoughts to like just go off.
Actually, I need to leave about nowish, so I can get to my parents' house.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming. It was interesting, enlightening. You too,
Okay.
Sure Shot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thanks for having me.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
See you, folks.
Okay, viewers, thank you very much for sticking around. I see you're arguing a bit in the chat, and that's good. I will have to read what you guys said a little later, as I have to rush to my house. Yeah, it's been fun. Thank you especially to Faraz for sticking around the whole time. If you're curious about the Kant reading and the Barthes reading, then I highly recommend that you rewind the stream. It should be about like 10 minutes from the beginning. I didn't play the music for too long. Yeah, highly recommend that you rewatch the beginning of the stream if you're curious about that. Other than that, yeah, subscribe, like, etc.